Beneath Earth's oceans lies a world as mysterious as deep space itself. In these lightless depths, where pressure crushes and darkness reigns eternal, creatures beyond our imagination have evolved, adapting to conditions we're only beginning to understand. Their story is our planet's greatest untold mystery. In late August of 2009, as summer nudged the Arctic into a rare moment of warmth, the Kara Sea began to shift. Its armor of ice, brittle and thinning, began to crack and peel away in sheets. Beneath it, the Russian nuclear submarine RFS Tava moved quietly, conducting a routine patrol. There was nothing remarkable about the mission, no alerts, no anomalies. That is, until the shimmer appeared. It began as a faint distortion on the underside of the ice, a ripple of liquid light that twisted across the sub's periscope view like heat rising from pavement. At first, the crew dismissed it as a trick of the eyes, maybe light from their own hull reflecting off ice crystals. But the vessel's floodlights were off, and the shimmer was moving, not ahead or behind, but directly beside them, keeping pace. Lieutenant Yuri Osanov, commanding officer on board, ordered a slowdown. The distortion responded instantly, matching their reduced speed. When the Tava came to a halt, so did the shimmer. At that point, everyone knew this was no anomaly. The silence on board grew heavier. The officers conferred in whispers. What they were seeing was not an echo, not ice, and not a product of pressure shifts. According to a declassified leak years later on a now-buried research forum, the crew described the object as a large flat organism with a surface like Mercury, measuring at least 30 meters long, movement fluid, no visible propulsion, responsive to navigation commands, either intelligent or exhibiting biologically reactive behavior, cold-blooded reflection. What made the event even more baffling was the sonar, or lack thereof. The Tava's systems returned nothing, not even static. It was as if their signal had been swallowed whole. Then came the lights, not from inside the sub, but above it. The ice shelf directly over their heads began to glow with a pale, pulsing light, moving from east to west in a slow crawl. It wasn't bright enough to illuminate the surrounding sea, only strong enough to unsettle. It looked like something was trying to push through the frozen ceiling of the world. Osinov ordered a cautious ascent. As the Tava rose, the shimmer followed, still beside them, still tracking their every move with unnatural precision. When the submarine broke the surface, cracking through a thinning layer of ice into the dusky Arctic light, the creature surfaced with it. There was no sound, no splash, no eruption of water. It simply emerged. The sailors later described the moment as seeing the sea turn itself inside out. 1 second, they were surrounded by dull grey waves and slabs of ice. The next, the water beside them became a perfect mirror, smooth and fluid and disturbingly alive. It hovered there, half in and half out of the ocean, undisturbed by wind or current. Then slowly, it began to rotate, not in a spin, not in a spiral, but in a deliberate, elegant roll, like film unraveling in water. As it turned, it reflected everything: the submarine, the ice floes, the clouds overhead, and then suddenly, it began to reflect something else. Not what was there, but what could not be. Reflected sky, upside down, glimpses of light patterns that didn't match the time of day. Then abruptly, nothing. The mirror warped, blurred, and vanished beneath the surface. 2 frames from the Tava's external cameras were preserved before the feed was lost to static. The first frame showed nothing but empty ocean. The second displayed a sliver of reflected cloud, inverted, as if the creature, in its final moment above the waterline, had not just reflected the scene around it, but distorted the very idea of reflection itself. Officially, the footage was logged as corrupted. The event was blamed on a combination of thermal anomalies and electrical interference, but the crew did not forget. 3 sailors requested immediate reassignment. 1 resigned. Petty Officer Leonid Kovac, in a rare forum post years later, wrote under a pseudonym, "It wasn't copying us. It wasn't studying us. It already knew what we were. There was no fear in it, no interest. It was just there, existing alongside us like we were a dream it once had. It's that indifference that unsettled them most. This wasn't a predator. It wasn't even curious. It was simply aware. A presence, vast and alien, and unblinking. Not malicious, but not kind. A thing beyond our frameworks for emotion or biology. The sea gave it to them just for a moment, and then took it back. To this day, in the late summer patrol season, sailors still whisper about seeing flickers beneath the melting ice, quick shadows, unexplained flashes, nothing you could log officially, nothing you could prove, just the kind of thing that makes you turn off your floodlights, the kind of thing that makes you wonder for the rest of your life what it was you almost saw. The most unsettling truths about the deep don't come from footage or sensors. They arrive later, in the quiet that follows. When the incident reports have been edited, when the engineers stop asking questions, and when the sailors return home with eyes that linger too long on still water. For the crew of the Tava, that silence lasted years. No one would talk about what they saw, not to the press, not even to family. What could they say? That the sea had offered them a mirror, that it had reflected them not as they were, but as something watched. Naval Command quietly archived the event as a non-threat. The sonar blackouts and light distortions were folded into categories like optical anomaly and environmental interference. But 2 years later, in 2011, a separate Russian research vessel operating in the same region, the Viktor Leonov, reported a similar event. Not a mirror this time, but something reflective, something aware. A team of oceanographers on board had deployed an ROV beneath the surface to measure salinity gradients in the thawing Arctic layers. The footage returned for the first 2 hours was uneventful: loose ice, layers of drifting sediment, and the flicker of bioluminescent invertebrates, common for the area. Then, without warning, the image blurred. A bloom of distortion flooded the camera. It wasn't a technical glitch. The lines warped inward, as if the water itself was being pulled by a lens. For 37 seconds, the feed showed nothing but a rippling, convex shape that reflected the submersible's lights backward, refracted and inverted like a funhouse mirror. Then came the sonar return, but not from below, from above. The ROV's passive sonar registered a sound coming from the ice shelf, directly overhead. A droning pulse, deep and metallic, rhythmic. The ROV had no propulsion engaged at that moment, yet it drifted laterally, as if something had nudged it. The vessel pulled it back in, fast. Analysis of the footage afterward led to the term adaptive field refraction being tossed around by the research team. The lead scientist on the mission, Dr. Larisa Volnova, later commented in a closed conference that the phenomenon was unlike any known interaction between light and water under natural conditions. Her presentation was never published. Shortly afterward, Dr. Volnova relocated to an academic post in Novosibirsk and declined all interview requests. That same year, a group of satellite analysts monitoring sea ice coverage captured a strange signature over the Kara Sea, a geometric distortion in the reflectivity maps. They were tracking the typical spring thaw, but in this region, there was a large circular patch that reflected light in a wavelength pattern inconsistent with ice, water, or melt slush. It wasn't recorded in the following satellite pass. The entire event lasted less than 9 minutes. These cases didn't gain traction in the public, too technical, too isolated, but quietly, in deep-sea research communities, the term specular entities began to circulate, not as a confirmed class of life, not even as theory, just as a whisper, a placeholder for things seen in the deep that mimic light rather than generate it. Creatures that reflect their environment not as camouflage, but as a mechanism of presence. Back aboard the Teva, there had been one other detail never disclosed in official reports. It came from the sonar technician, a junior officer named Anton Baranov. In the last 5 minutes before the mirror surfaced, Baranov had been running a local diagnostic scan. What he saw wasn't just sonar distortion, it was rhythm. The waves weren't random. They pulsed in a specific repeating pattern. A wave, then a dip, then 3 short bursts, followed by silence. Over and over. It looked almost like communication. The pattern didn't match any known marine life behavior. It didn't match interference signatures either. It was clean, intentional, structured. Baranov didn't speak about it to anyone until years later, during a private session at a retired naval officer gathering in St. Petersburg. The others dismissed it. "Cold does strange things to gear," one of them said. But Baranov remained firm. "It was a reply," he told them, "to what I don't know, but it was replying, not loud, just enough to be heard." To this day the Kara Sea remains largely unstudied. The melting continues each summer, exposing larger and larger swaths of ice-free water, and with each passing year, more civilian vessels pass through, more shipping lanes open, more eyes are on the Arctic, but sightings like the one from the Teva never increased. If anything, they faded, as if the creature, or whatever it was, had surfaced only once, to be seen, then returned to whatever layer of pressure and darkness it called home. Still, among older crews, there's an unspoken rule when navigating the region. Keep your lights dim, keep your reflections to a minimum, and never, under any circumstance, stop if something in the water is keeping pace beside you, because the ocean might be empty, or it might just be watching. There's an old superstition among Arctic trawlers, especially those who work the northeastern coastlines of Siberia, that the water can remember you. It's not something written down or spoken plainly. It's passed in gestures, in a glance held too long at a ripple, in the way someone reaches for a cigarette and stares at the horizon a second too long. To them, it's not just weather or wind or ice that you have to watch for. It's the sense that something beneath the surface may recall your shape, that once seen you might never truly vanish from its memory. In 2013, 4 years after the Tava incident, a small Norwegian research vessel named Edda Solveig was conducting thermal sampling off the eastern edge of Novaya Zemlya, not far from the region where the Leviathan was first observed. Their goal was mundane: to measure salinity shifts caused by seasonal runoff from melting glacial ice. But in the early morning hours of July 4th, the onboard drone began returning warped readings, not from the water temperature, but from ambient electromagnetic drift. The sea itself seemed to hum. At first the readings were written off as equipment failure, but as the sky began to pale with Arctic dawn, the crew spotted a large flat ripple moving slowly across the water, impossibly slow, and entirely against the prevailing current. It was smooth, almost glassy, like oil slicking across a steel surface. No wave followed, no foam, just movement, deliberate, perfect and silent. The vessel's captain, Torstein Meljuna, instructed the crew to remain still. No motors, no anchor drop. They simply drifted, powerless and watching. Meljuna would later describe it in his personal logbook. It was like watching a second sea slide over the first, as if we were not in the water but under it, like the reflection had become heavier than the real. What unnerved them wasn't just the presence of something vast beneath the surface, it was the feeling that the water around them was being pushed upward, not by pressure, not by turbulence, by something climbing. One crew member, Anja Solheim, a hydroacoustic specialist, activated a passive sonar sweep out of sheer instinct. The scan returned an outline, fuzzy but definite, a massive horizontal sheet with trailing edges like fabric, stretching nearly the full length of the ship's starboard side. It wasn't just moving parallel, it was mirroring them, every inch, every correction, every slight turn. And then it rose, not all at once, not like a whale breaching. It rose slowly, deliberately, its edge cutting the water like silk drawn across glass. What appeared wasn't flesh or fin, or bone, but a single continuous surface, reflective, rippling like wet chrome. For a moment the sea around them became still, unnaturally so, as if even the wind was being held in breathless pause. The reflection on that surface wasn't right. It showed them, yes, the vessel, the ice cliffs in the distance, even the low Arctic sun beginning to crest. But then the image shifted. The cliffs appeared closer than they were. The clouds hung upside down, and there was something else in the reflection, a second Edda Solveig, trailing behind them in perfect alignment. Except in this one, there were no people on board. The surface shimmered once more. The second ship blinked out, and in its place the reflection turned black, not empty, but void, not dark, but anti-light. The way old sonar techs used to describe the drop-off into trench zones. It's not that there's nothing, it's that there's something that devours the signal, and just like that, it sank. No swirl, no wave, just a descent. The reflection warped, shrank, and folded in on itself like closing film. Within seconds the sea had returned to its usual choppy calm, but the sonar was gone. Not just the contact, the equipment, freed, burnt out. Every onboard hydroacoustic sensor shorted simultaneously, as if every frequency had been overwhelmed at once. The rest of the equipment was untouched. Only the systems that had seen the shape had failed. Later, when the incident was quietly relayed to a Scandinavian oceanographic forum, the phrase specular intelligence was proposed, not as a theory of cognition, but as a suggestion that this was not a being in the biological sense, not a creature, but a phenomenon, perhaps living, perhaps not, whose presence alters the environment through reflection itself. One forum member posed an unsettling idea. What if it doesn't reflect what is there, but what you're willing to believe is there? What if it adapts not to you, but to your expectations? The Edda Solveig never returned to that region. Captain Meljuna retired shortly after the expedition, citing psychological exhaustion. Anja Solheim stopped publishing altogether. Her last known paper discussed the concept of ambient cognition fields in unexplored marine zones, a paper that received no formal recognition and has since been quietly delisted from most digital archives. But unofficially, her notes were more direct. They weren't about data loss or sonar failure. They were about recognition, about a feeling that something under the sea had made contact, not by sound or sight or signal, but by matching shape, by seeing the vessel not as an object, but as a pattern, as a possibility, and more chillingly, by revealing an alternative, a version where no one had been on board at all, a reflection perhaps of what might have been had they stayed just a moment longer. Years later, fragments of the Tiva's incident logs were declassified, not in full, and not publicly, but slipped into an obscure Arctic research archive hosted through an outdated naval database. Buried among temperature records, classified bathymetric scans, and ocean drift data was a single phrase, handwritten and scanned in ink. No biological reading, no mechanical reading, only visual confirmation. Object displayed intentional parallel tracking. It was unsigned, no timestamp, no officer name, just that, like a warning whispered beneath official noise. What do we do with events like this? We log them, we dismiss them, we file them under edge case anomalies, chalk them up to stress, misreadings, cold water tricks. But the men and women who saw the Leviathan never called it a hallucination. What frightened them wasn't just the strangeness of the thing, it was the precision. It never flinched, it never hesitated. Its movements were smooth, exact, and most unnervingly familiar. One theory floated in classified circles, never printed but passed along at late-night conferences and hushed exchanges, was that the Leviathan didn't move with the submarine. It mimicked the expectation of movement, that the reflection didn't simply follow, it anticipated. The suggestion was absurd on the surface, but one hydro-navigation engineer pointed out an anomaly. The creature surfaced 3 seconds before the Tiva did, not after, not alongside, before, as though it knew the angle, knew the time, knew the route. What if it had surfaced to meet them? This idea of intentional meeting is what caused the greatest debate. Marine biologists argued against it. They called it anthropomorphism, a projection of human behavior onto an unknown form. But those who had seen the footage, those who had heard the voice logs, disagreed. This wasn't the face of a whale or the flick of a jellyfish. It was a presence that demonstrated a kind of situational awareness, not emotional, not even reactive, just present. Then came the silence, not just from the sea, but from the records. The area near the Kara Sea was quietly restricted under new research zoning. No new military patrols were authorized under Russian Arctic Command for 4 consecutive seasons. No official reason was ever listed, just a shift in routing orders, sudden, quiet, and precise. In that silence, the myth grew. Among seafarers, it was no longer the mirror thing, or the reflective creature. It became Leviathan, not the biblical monster, not a dragon of the deep, but a different kind of giant, the kind you don't see because it hides behind your own eyes. A thing that doesn't hunt, it knows. A presence large enough to fill the sea, not in form, but in understanding. That name made its way into icebreaker bars and dockside conversations. Sailors talked of nights when the water felt flat, not calm, just mirrored. They reported feelings of being watched, not by something above, but by their own shadows stretched on the sea. Some said that when they looked over the side, they felt the ocean blink back. One Polish trawler captain even claimed that during a storm near the Norwegian Sea, his compass spun, his lights flickered, and all around the ship, the waves began reflecting stars that weren't in the sky. A sky full of constellations that didn't exist. They turned back before the storm cleared. He never fished those waters again. In the end, no formal research paper ever confirmed the existence of a reflective marine entity. No agency funded deep scanning surveys for mimetic sea forms. No university sent a dive crew to chase patterns in polar water. But in every naval base near the Arctic, in every research ship that cuts under melting ice, there's a silent agreement. A behavior you'll notice if you watch closely. They dim the lights before crossing certain coordinates. They don't run full scans. They don't keep their eyes on the water too long. And perhaps the most telling habit, they never bring mirrors aboard. Not for shaving, not for signaling, not even for backups. The unofficial story is simple. Don't show the ocean your reflection, because it might recognize you. It might remember. It might rise. and once it does, you may not like what it reflects back. The Leviathan, if that is what it was, has not been officially seen since, but on quiet nights, when the Arctic wind dies and the water lies perfectly still, some sailors still report a strange calm, a motionless sheet of sea so smooth it seems unreal, a brief hovering presence that leaves no wake, no wave, no sound, only the sense that something enormous is just beneath, watching, remembering, waiting for the next shape to surface. In the remote reaches of the southern Indian Ocean, well beyond the commercial shipping lanes and far from any tourist maps, lies an archipelago almost always cloaked in fog, the Crozet Islands. French territory in name only, these jagged, wind-shredded masses are better known to migratory birds and marine biologists than to sailors. But in April of 1998, an encounter just north of Ella de la Possession marked the beginning of a mystery so strange, so disturbingly silent, that it left even seasoned crews shaken. It began with color. On that day, the French research vessel Marion Dufresne was tracking phytoplankton blooms, the microscopic lifeforms that fuel much of the Southern Ocean's food web. The crew expected murky greens, perhaps the occasional phosphorescent shimmer if the timing was right. What they found instead was red, deep, brilliant, arterial red, trailing through the water like a blood vein torn loose from the seafloor. The streak was visible from the bridge, even under heavy cloud cover. It stretched for over 300 meters, cutting a straight path against the current, against the wind, and against logic. The vessel slowed. Sampling buoys were deployed. What returned was ambiguous. There were no markers of an algal bloom, no dinner flagellates, no toxic plankton, nothing that would explain the pigment. In fact, under microscopic analysis, the liquid wasn't biological at all. It had no cellular structure. It wasn't oil either. The viscosity matched seawater. It was just red, impossibly red. Then it moved. Not drifted, not dispersed. It moved, pulling itself westward in a slow, deliberate slither, not in a straight line, but in a slow curve, as if it were tracking something, or perhaps leading. At the curve's end, the sea broke. No eruption, no crash, just a slow upwelling, as though the ocean itself were exhaling. A mass surfaced, dark, not black, but marooned in tone, with patches of rough, scale-like plating and segments that shimmered under light. Not skin, not metal, something in between. Smooth in some places, jagged in others, like volcanic glass folded into flesh. The bridge fell silent, not from fear, but from confusion. What they were seeing didn't match anything in the literature. It didn't match squid, it didn't match rays or whalefowl. It looked constructed, but it moved like muscle. The creature, or object, drifted alongside the Marion Dufresne for 11 minutes. During that time, the water around it remained red, not from blood, from something else. Something exuded. The trail it left behind didn't fade. If anything, it seemed to stain the sea. The crew documented the event with cameras, but the footage was strange, blurred at the edges, as if the lens refused to hold the thing in frame. Later, this would be attributed to vapor interference from sea heat, but the thermal readings showed no elevation. The water was cold, ice current cold. One deckhand, a young technician named Philip Leroux, later described the scene in a private email, recovered years after the event. It was like watching the ocean paint with something not meant for us. Not a warning, not a message, just a mark, a movement. It didn't care that we saw it, but I think it wanted us to know it had passed. And then, as calmly as it had arrived, it submerged, not quickly, not dramatically. It simply folded back into the depths like a curtain being drawn. The red trail lingered for another hour. Then, as if caught in a current no one could detect, it dissolved. 2 days later, at the Naval Research Station in Kerguelen, seismic sensors recorded a deep, low-frequency thrum coming from the Crozet Basin. It wasn't tectonic, it was rhythmic, spaced evenly, measured in intervals of 6 seconds, and lasting for over 3 hours. There was no quake, no aftershock, just a pulsing resonance from the deep ocean floor, like the world humming a song no one else could hear. No vessels were dispatched, no public record was made, but privately, an encrypted message was sent from the French Marine Biodiversity Office to several Allied marine centers. It read, "Unclassified fluid discharge observed. Non-toxic, high opacity, accompanied by synchronized surface anomaly, possibility of structured biological formation. Advise independent spectral imaging if further instances occur, but there were no further instances. At least, none confirmed. Still, the fishermen of Reunion Island, hundreds of kilometers to the north, would occasionally report Red Sea shadows in the years that followed. Long streaks that showed up at dawn, gone by mid-morning. No boats, no stains on nets, just the sense of something large having passed beneath. Some dismissed it as harmless bioluminescence. Others, out of superstition or unease, simply changed routes. Because the Indian Ocean, for all its warmth and clarity, has a long memory, and sometimes, that memory floats just beneath the surface. In the months that followed, satellite images taken over the Crozet Basin revealed nothing unusual. The waters appeared undisturbed, the currents behaved normally, and marine life patterns, at least what little was trackable in that remote part of the world, continued their seasonal migrations. But to those who'd been on the Marion Dufresne that day, everything had changed. It wasn't what they saw that lingered in their minds. It was what the sea didn't do. No response, no resistance. It had parted for the creature like it belonged there. Back in mainland France, reports were quietly circulated within internal branches of the CNRS Centre National de la Recherche Scientifique. Most of the language was couched in hypotheticals: an unknown natural anomaly, possible undiscovered pelagic life form, optical artifact from localized atmospheric density shifts. But one internal reviewer, a deep-sea geochemist named Dr. Jules Giraud, was less careful with his phrasing. In a memo not meant for public view, he wrote, "We may be dealing not with a species but a pattern, something that exists in movement, not in flesh, something that uses pigmentation as projection, not defense." He went on to suggest that what the crew encountered might not have been a creature in the traditional sense. It could have been an event, a behavioral phenomenon that repeats, a script written into the ocean's memory, triggered under the right pressure, temperature, and time. Like a tide that doesn't follow gravity, but follows remembrance. The idea was too abstract to gain traction in academic circles. It was quietly shelved, but for the crew of the Marion Dufresne, Giraud's theory felt truer than any biological explanation. In the weeks after the sighting, several of them reported the same recurring dream, not identical in detail, but eerily consistent in tone. In it, they were underwater, drifting not towards something, but with it, always in red light, always moving west. One technician, whose name was redacted in the surviving transcripts, described the sensation as being part of a current that remembered your weight. He said the water knew his name, though no voice had spoken it. Only the movement itself had whispered. The ship's official logs made no mention of these experiences, but in the personal journal of the ship's biologist, Dr. Eloise Mantoux, there was one handwritten entry dated a week after the incident. It read, "We saw something, not a monster, not a machine, a presence. I think it was marking something, not territory, not threat, time." That word, time, would later appear in other reports from unrelated vessels. In 2004, a Japanese climate monitoring buoy south of Madagascar detected an unexplained pigment bloom moving against prevailing currents. It too was red. It too left no trace after vanishing. And in 2016, an Australian weather drone flying over the southern Indian Ocean captured thermal footage of a large, warm shape surfacing briefly during a temperature inversion. The footage was corrupted within seconds, but one analyst, under anonymity, claimed the shape didn't break the surface. It merged with it, became part of the water's top layer, then vanished. The trail never stayed open long, like a signature that signs itself and fades before anyone can analyze the ink. The red fluid, which had stained the sea so clearly that day in 1998, was analyzed multiple times by independent labs. The consensus was always the same: not toxic, not organic, not oil-based, not bioluminescent. It behaved like water, looked like blood, but was chemically inert. Some theorized it was a byproduct, a kind of expulsion, the way jellyfish release waste. But others suspected it was something more deliberate, a sign, a residue of movement so massive that the ocean itself had to show it had been disturbed. For some researchers, that possibility was more frightening than a creature. It suggested the ocean isn't just habitat, it's interface, that sometimes what rises isn't a body, but a process, a loop, and that the loop doesn't need our participation. It repeats because it has always repeated, and it will continue to do so with or without an audience. In time, interest faded. The Marion Dufresne completed its next survey run uneventfully. The footage was catalogued and forgotten. The ocean moved on, but some things stayed. Philippe Leroux, the young deckhand who first described the Red Sea as a kind of message, left marine science entirely. He moved inland, took up a teaching job in Lyon, and never sailed again. In one of his last interviews before disappearing from public view, he said something that stuck with those who heard it. It didn't want to be studied, he said, it wanted to be witnessed, and we did. That was enough. It wasn't warning us, it was remembering something through us. That idea, that the sea might remember, haunted many of the senior crew for years. Not in nightmares, but in echoes, in the sound of lapping water on a calm day, in the way red sunsets seemed to linger longer over the western horizon, in the memory of a shape that never revealed itself, but made you feel small in its presence. Even now, when supply ships pass the Crozet basin on clear days, some captains still scan the water for long red trails. Most see nothing, but occasionally, just occasionally, one reports a streak, brief, faint, gone within minutes. No creature follows, no form rises, just color, moving,
leading west.
But perhaps that is the nature of these appearances, not to demand attention, but to echo something older than recognition, like the last verses of a song half remembered. The red trails do not ask to be followed.
They do not warn or chase or threaten, they simply arrive.
Cut a line through what we thought we understood, and then dissolve, as if to say, you were here, and so was I.
For a moment.
Then, as always, the ocean forgets, or pretends to. There is a tendency, when faced with the unknowable, to retreat into data, measurements, coordinates, timestamps. We collect what we can, not because it explains, but because it gives us something to hold, something to map, even when the landscape slips through our fingers. After the incident in 1998, a quiet effort began to map not sightings, but feelings, crew logs, witness notes, handwritten margins in weather reports, all collected by a loose confederation of researchers and archivists, many of whom worked off the record and without funding. What they were looking for wasn't proof of the Red Sea, or a shape in the water. They were looking for patterns of atmosphere, pockets of dread, familiarity, or unnatural stillness, across isolated marine reports, and they found them. Not many, but enough to suggest something broader. One entry came from a French long-range sonar operator stationed at Tromelin Island in 2002. His log mentioned a strange echo void, a sudden collapse of all sonar return within a 2-kilometer radius that lasted exactly 64 seconds. He wrote, "It was like my equipment closed its eyes." No weather event was reported that day. The void never repeated. Another came from a Brazilian hydrography ship crossing the Southern Ocean in 2007. One night, just before dawn, the crew reported a smear of reddish hue extending across the horizon. The water beneath it did not glow. The color was suspended above the surface, like a mist that forgot how to rise. No one could determine the source. Instruments failed to record anything abnormal. But one technician described the air as magnetized, heavy with static, like standing beneath high-voltage wires. Within minutes, it dissipated. The entry was never formally logged. Closer to the original incident, in the southern waters of the Crozet Basin, shipping lane anomalies began to accumulate. Between 2010 and 2015, 6 vessels reported spontaneous sensor malfunctions, specifically when crossing longitude 50° E, between latitudes 46° and 48° S. The area known unofficially by some captains as La Veine Rouge, the Red Vein. Engineers wrote it off as a coincidence, saltwater corrosion, faulty cabling, routine instrument drift. But not one ship experienced repeat malfunctions outside that corridor, and none of the errors were total shutdowns. They were partial, selective, depth sensors only, or compasses, or thermal imaging, as if something wanted them blind in a very specific way. By 2017, the French Maritime Authority issued a soft advisory for vessels transiting the region. Minimize electronic reliance while crossing 50° E to 52° E, between 46°S and 48°S. Calibrate backup systems. Manual navigation recommended in event of anomalous readings. The advisory was quietly posted, never cited in official maritime bulletins, but crews noticed. Some began marking the region on their personal charts, not with warnings, but with pauses, a single circle, sometimes a cross, sometimes nothing but the initials RDO. Red wake, red water, red warning. What made the phenomenon harder to dismiss wasn't just the recurrence of strange sensor issues, it was the behavior of the wildlife. In April 2018, a New Zealand marine biology team studying humpback migrations noticed something strange. Multiple tagged whales diverged from their expected migratory path. Once they reached the red vein zone, they didn't stop, they didn't speed up, they simply curved, as if skirting an invisible reef. The detour was subtle, but consistent. Whatever passed beneath them, they gave it wide berth. When the team deployed hydrophones to monitor low-frequency marine communication across the area, they noticed a 17-minute silence, not across one channel, across all of them, as if the ocean itself held its breath. One marine ecologist, Dr. Aroha Waite, described it in her field notes. "I've spent 2 decades listening to underwater life. You learn to tell the difference between quiet and stillness. This was neither. This was absence, not the absence of sound, the absence of intention, like something erased the part of the ocean that wanted to speak. The idea that the ocean could carry not just mass and heat and sound, but intent, seemed outlandish. But to those who'd been in the presence of the red wake, it made perfect sense. What they'd seen wasn't trying to threaten or hide. It wasn't even trying to interact. It simply was, and in being, it changed everything around it. This silence, this presence through absence, is what keeps researchers from calling it a creature. It's not just unidentifiable, it's unbehaving. It follows no known predator pattern. It does not claim space. It does not feed. It does not react. Some began calling it a manifestation, a projection perhaps from a deeper layer of the ocean, or from an entirely different state of matter. Something that emerges not because of seasonal migration, but because the world briefly aligns in some unseen way. A resonance, a harmony we can't hear but which the sea remembers. And that resonance, when struck, paints the ocean red, only briefly, only on its surface, but unmistakably, as if the world itself were brushing up against something older than memory, leaving behind a stain that doesn't wash out, even when it disappears. What's most disturbing isn't that the red wake continues to appear, it's that no one has ever seen it form, not once, not on sonar, not from a satellite, not even with direct human eyes. The wake is always already there, trailing through the water in quiet defiance of physics, perspective and attention. It does not rise, it does not ripple, it simply is. You do not watch it arrive. You only ever discover that it has been, like something that passed before you looked, like a thought that occurred before you noticed you were thinking, like a wound that appears with no pain, but bleeds nonetheless. By the time most vessels report the crimson wake, it's already fading. There is no drama in its departure, no whirlpools, no suction, no sound, just a quiet withdrawal, like ink seeping into darker ink. What's left behind is not fear, not even awe. It's a kind of cognitive vertigo, the sensation that something just slipped past your understanding and left a mark on your perception, not on your eyes, but behind them, as if the event didn't occur in physical space, but in a layer just adjacent to it, a place you were never supposed to witness, and yet somehow did. It is this feeling that haunts the crew of the Marian Dufresnes, even decades later. The memory of the event does not sit still. It evolves as though the act of remembering is itself being observed. Some describe flashes, moments in dreams where the Red Sea stretches out beneath a sky with no sun, and in the center something massive floats just beneath the surface, not moving, not rising, waiting, not for anything, just waiting. Philippe Leroux, who had once likened the wake to a message written through motion, later admitted that what disturbed him most wasn't the phenomenon's appearance, but its timing. It came during a routine mission, a season we'd worked a dozen times. Nothing unusual, and then suddenly, this presence, as if it had been waiting for the sea to be quiet enough, empty enough to show itself, not because it needed to, because it could. That line was repeated in several unofficial discussions among oceanographers in the years that followed. because it could, as if the red wake wasn't triggered by environment or accident, but by choice, the choice of something we do not understand, playing by rules we haven't yet translated. And perhaps more terrifying than the idea of a conscious deep-sea lifeform is the possibility that no lifeform is involved at all, that the phenomenon is automatic, mechanical in nature, a consequence of something else far deeper, an ancient pressure system, or a field of interaction where time, temperature, and density momentarily align to produce not a creature, but a symptom of something deeper in the Earth's crust, or older, or buried in the fabric of the planet itself, forgotten since the beginning of tectonic drift. Some researchers began comparing the wake to earthquake lights, those rare luminous phenomena observed before seismic events, but those are brief, chaotic, and inconsistent. The crimson wake is none of those things. It is deliberate, controlled, purposeful in its geometry and movement, and its recurrence only further muddies the water, literally and metaphorically, because if it's not a living being, and not an accident, and not a hoax, then what remains? One possible answer came not from the scientific community, but from an artist. In 2020, an independent filmmaker named Claire Halverson visited the Crozet Islands as part of an environmental awareness campaign. She'd heard rumors of strange colors in the water and decided to shoot drone footage for a short film. She expected fog and seabirds. What she captured by accident, in 3 seconds of unplanned drone footage, was a faint ripple trailing behind what looked like nothing. The wake was long, curved, faintly red. When slowed down and color-corrected, the footage revealed a tear-shaped void sliding through the water, not a shadow, not a reflection, just an absence of everything else. The footage went viral in obscure circles, paranormal researchers, fringe science forums, amateur oceanographers. It was quickly dismissed by major institutions as lens distortion interacting with thermal inversion fog, but a few noticed something more subtle. In the final frame, as the wake disappears, the sea reflects the sky perfectly, except in one place, a small patch roughly the size of a fishing vessel, where the reflection is slightly off, as though the water remembered something that wasn't there anymore. Claire titled the piece "Memory Bleeds Red" and released it without narration. Just soft ambient tones, just sea, just sky, just that smear of crimson. It won multiple experimental film awards, not because of what it showed, but because of how it made people feel. Viewers reported a sense of being watched, not by a predator, but by something far, far older, something patient. In her only interview afterward, she said, "I don't think it's a thing, I think it's a moment. A breach, like time turned its head for a second, and the water forgot what century it was." And maybe she's right. Maybe the crimson wake is not a creature, but an echo, a loop, a memory caught in the body of the sea, a reflex, or a reminder. Because what repeats in nature tends to have purpose, and what repeats without explanation may not be alive, but it is aware. Aware in the way a ritual is aware, in the way gravity always returns to center, in the way old scars ache when storms return. To this day, oceanographic maps of the southern Indian Ocean still carry a blank swath near the coordinates where the Marian Dufresne witnessed the wake. It's not labeled, there's no warning, just a space. And when mariners pass that zone, the experienced ones say nothing. They do not speed up, they do not scan, they do not log what they see, they simply watch. And sometimes, just sometimes, they'll notice a line in the sea, perfectly straight, faintly red, unmoving, and they'll look away. Because whatever made it isn't finished. It began with the trawlers, midway through the North Atlantic Drift, far north of the Azores, but not yet into Icelandic waters. A handful of deep-sea fishing vessels began reporting something unusual. Not a storm, not a mechanical issue, but a catch that was too quiet. The Aegir Dawn, a Norwegian longliner operating off routine coordinates, pulled up nets that should have overflowed with squid and haddock, only to find them full of pale, limp jellyfish, thousands of them, unmoving, unharmed, but dead. No signs of trauma, no signs of toxin, just lifeless tissue, perfectly intact. Every eye glassy, every body gelatin soft and suspended in some strange rigor, not from decay, but from interruption, as if something had paused their lives mid-pulse and dropped them gently back into the water. The crew shrugged it off. Anomaly, thermal patch, a hiccup in ocean chemistry. They dumped the load, marked the coordinates, and moved on. 3 days later, it happened again. But this time, the net pulled up more than jellyfish. At first, it looked like a carcass, pale grey, curled in the tangle of netting. But as they cleared the mass from the winch line, one of the deckhands screamed. What they thought was a dead cephalopod began to move. Slowly, blindly, and from beneath a thick membrane, a pair of lights opened. Not eyes, not lenses. Lights, soft and amber, like lanterns underwater. They didn't glow. They pulsed. Once, twice. Then the creature stopped moving. They dumped it overboard. The entire crew, seasoned as they were, refused to log the incident. They wrote corrupted catch in the official report. No photos, no samples, no names, just a void where a discovery should have lived. But the sea didn't forget. Within a week, 4 other vessels, flagged from Spain, Denmark, the UK, and Canada, reported similarly strange events. Dead jellyfish, pulsing lights. One crew described seeing something long, thin, and unmoving drift past their sonar, like a sunken mast. Another recorded faint rhythmic flashing beneath their hull during a sonar sweep, not on the surface, not in open water, but from the sediment layer itself. Then came the noise. A British marine biology team aboard the HMS Faulkner picked up a low-frequency hum while deploying a drop can near a known deep basin. The tone was nearly inaudible, less than 20 Hz, but perfectly steady. It persisted for 9 minutes. When they reviewed the footage, they found nothing unusual. No movement, no light, just silt. But at the 8:41 mark, the entire frame shifted, not due to motion, but due to distortion. Like the lens itself had been flexed, and for just 2 frames, something vertical appeared in the background. It wasn't identifiable. Not limbs, not a shape, just height. A curtain of flesh or sediment or something else entirely, gently leaning to one side, then gone. The footage was flagged as corrupt and shelved, but one researcher saved a still. In it, you can make out what appears to be an eye, not a camera artifact, not a reflection, a single glowing circle, watching. What unsettled the researcher most wasn't the image itself, but what came after. For 3 nights following the drop cam recovery, the ship's electronics behaved erratically. Depth sensors would freeze or drift into impossible values. Cabin lights flickered without pattern. The vessel's internal clocks began to fall out of sync, not by hours, but by fractions of seconds, diverging in inconsistent intervals. It was as if the ship had passed through a field of invisible static, a place where time jittered just slightly off course. On the 4th night, a diver named Eleonora, one of the crew responsible for external hull inspections, reported an overwhelming sensation while working beneath the bow. She described a vibration, not one she could hear, but feel, like a heartbeat, she said. Slow, too slow, like the sea was pulsing around me. She surfaced in a daze and refused to go back down. Meanwhile, back in London, oceanographic analysts reviewing the same footage detected something stranger still. When slowed frame by frame, the distortion in the lens didn't appear as digital compression, but as refraction. Light bending, not around the camera, but around something between the lens and the object. And not water either. Something denser, something that created a field where light was filtered or funneled unnaturally, like the lens had passed through a thin veil of liquid glass. For a moment, the idea of a cloak emerged, not of invisibility, but of optical camouflage, a biological skin that diffused photons the way a squid can adjust pigment. But this wasn't pigment, this was geometry, control, like the creature had turned the water around it into a lens. No known species could do that, and if it wasn't natural, what was it? More expeditions followed in secret, some private, some governmental. One ship flagged from Belgium, but operating under a research consortium with partial NATO oversight, reported a new anomaly near the Faraday Deep. They deployed 2 drop cams simultaneously. One recorded perfectly, the other simply vanished. No signal loss, no impact. It descended past 220 meters and was gone. Tether intact, camera off, real data clean, no error, just nothing, as though it had slipped into a fold in the water and disappeared. When they pulled the cable back up, the camera housing was empty. Not damaged, not crushed, just hollow, open, and cold, colder than the surrounding water, colder than it should have been at that depth. The edges of the empty frame were filmed with what appeared to be crystallized salt, but it wasn't salt. It melted at room temperature, left behind a faint amber stain on the retrieval gloves. No chemical matched that camera, and its components were later stored at a classified facility. But one member of the crew, a young technician who had handled the cable during recovery, began to experience strange symptoms within days. Not illness, not pain, but dreams. Dreams of being underneath something, of looking up and seeing not water, but skin. Endless translucent skin, lit with a faint golden pattern, like lanterns beneath frost. He was discharged without explanation, and has not spoken publicly since. Whatever rose from the sediment, whatever opened its eyes to the light, was not a curiosity. It was an arrival, not loud, not sudden, but slow, measured, as though it had been there all along, watching the surface flicker from a realm we had yet to name. Some now call it the lantern-eyed sleeper, others refuse to call it anything at all, because to name it would be to admit it has form, and form means function, purpose, memory, and maybe it remembers us. They say the ocean forgets everything. Names, wrecks, whole centuries swallowed without apology. But some of the crew aboard the Faulkner began to wonder if the ocean had simply been pretending, not forgetting, but recording, quietly, patiently, beneath pressure and silt. And now, something in the deep had decided to recall. The sightings weren't consistent. Not like migratory paths or current flows. They came in flashes, in irregular clusters, a pattern that at first seemed too scattered to mean anything. But when mapped across 3 months, the incidents drew a soft curve along the mid-Atlantic ridge, not a line, a drift, a slow-motion movement, like a creature stirring in sleep, brushing against the seafloor, then sinking again. One vessel, the Guillaume Renard, a French oceanographic ship on a climate data mission, encountered an event that chilled its seasoned crew into silence. At precisely 2:13 local time, their depth transducer began feeding back erratic readings, not spikes but hollows. The terrain below them had dropped, not physically, not geologically, but perceptually, as if something vast had unfurled beneath them and displaced the idea of the seafloor itself. The cameras saw nothing. But for 3 minutes, every sound recorder on board, even the sealed archival ones, picked up a series of rhythmic pulses. 4, spaced unevenly, then 5, then silence. The crew described a strange atmosphere during those moments. No panic, no technical failure, but a mood, heavy, low, like being inside a cathedral just before an organ is played. One diver compared it to the feeling just before a landslide, except it wasn't coming from above. It was coming from below. When they docked in Reykjavik, the logs were scrubbed. One crew member, who left the service shortly afterward, shared a single detail with a journalist off record, a detail that never made it into any official transcript. He said, "We didn't see it, but it saw us, and when it did, we weren't in the water anymore, we were inside something." That phrase stuck, inside something, because increasingly, the question wasn't whether the lantern-eyed being was real, but whether it was the only one. The pattern of appearances began resembling more than migration, more than chance. The pulses reported by different ships weren't identical, but they rhymed, as if the creature, or creatures, were testing frequency, feeling out resonance. Not sonar in the way whales use it, but something else, more primal, less for navigation, and more like echolocation of presence. Several deep-sea researchers proposed a radical possibility that these creatures, or this singular being, might not be moving at all, that the sightings weren't of it traveling, but of us drifting through pieces of it, like wind brushing across an antenna, that the sleeper wasn't localized, that it spanned across miles, that its body, or its field, or its awareness, had no fixed edges. The lanterns, then, weren't eyes in the way we understand them, they were sensors, openings, places where the surface world is observed and catalogued from below. One Russian vessel, operating under commercial pretense but equipped with military-grade sonar, encountered a reflection that defied known science. While testing depth resolution at midnight, the array pinged what they assumed was a submerged oil rig, something massive and structured. But when they rerouted and passed over the coordinates again, the object had vanished. The seabed registered at normal depth. No debris, no terrain variance, just smooth, flat silt, but the reflection had a shape, arched, layered, the kind of architecture nature doesn't make at scale. When they enhanced the data, a faint geometry emerged, symmetrical plates, separated by uniform slits, like gills, like something that breathed once, and had begun breathing again. It wasn't coral, it wasn't mineral, and it wasn't alone. Further down the reflection, the sonar recorded a tapering curve, gentle, long, something that could only be described as a spine. The term biaform megastructure was floated. The data was erased within 48 hours. But one image, one blurry, distorted printout of the initial ping, made its way into the hands of a former marine cartographer. She compared the reflection, not to a creature, but to a station, not a dwelling, not a vehicle, a platform, one that hadn't landed, but grown, not up from the seafloor, but out of it, like a reef with purpose. And if that was true, then the creature seen by the Faulkner and the others wasn't the whole. It was a fragment, a light, a part of something larger, perhaps an extremity, perhaps a node, or perhaps a dream, because there were some in the shadow corners of the oceanic research world who believed something even more radical, that what had opened its eyes that night beneath the drop cam wasn't a being, but a thought, a manifestation, a dream, old and slow, rising from the Earth's deepest folds, not alive in the way we understand it, but aware in a way we've forgotten to be, and that it hadn't just woken up, it had noticed we were watching, and in that noticing, something shifted. The waters near those coordinates, once predictable in temperature and salinity, began behaving erratically. Thermal vents activated without tectonic cause, salinity readings fluctuated in vertical bands, fresh above, brackish below, as if the ocean was bleeding upward from its own veins. Even the migratory patterns of deep-dwelling fish altered. Species normally bound to twilight zones began surfacing hours ahead of storms, not fleeing weather, but reacting to something deeper, as if something old had stirred below them, and everything with instinct remembered what it meant to rise slowly, to open eyes not made for light, and to look back at the world that had forgotten it was never alone. What happened next didn't come from the ocean, it came from us. The governments, the institutions, the fleets of discreet research vessels that had spent years pretending these sightings were fragments, optical tricks, sonar misfires, marine anomalies, began to consolidate their interest. Not openly, not under banners or flags, but in quiet partnerships, in joint missions with classified purposes and overlapping jurisdictions. No names, no press briefings. Just ghost ships with blank manifests and specialized hull sensors, sweeping carefully over coordinates, flagged by the few who dared to notice the pattern. Because by now, there was a pattern. Every incident involving the lantern-eyed sleeper, the jellyfish deaths, the electromagnetic hums, the silt distortions, followed a lunar rhythm, not perfectly, but close enough to unsettle those who paid attention. The sightings intensified during waxing moons, decreased during waning, as if the creature, or the system of creatures, responded to light not just as stimulus, but as command. The oceanic research vessel Wexham Tide, operating under a hydroacoustic mapping initiative, became the first to test this. In February of 2018, under a full moon, they deployed 3 synchronized dropcams into the Faroe-Shetland Channel. Each was equipped with high-lumen floodlights and directional sound pulses, each aimed directly into a descending trench where a previous pulse anomaly had occurred. 2 returned without incident. The third transmitted an image, just one, a still frame. It showed what looked like a wall, a pale textured surface stretching beyond frame. But what drew every analyst's attention wasn't the scale, it was the pattern. The wall wasn't smooth. It bore ridges, regular, lined with tiny indentations, like gills or pores, sockets, and in 3 of those sockets faint orange glows, symmetrical, evenly spaced. Lanterns, watching. Then the feed cut out. The footage was never released. The dropcam, when recovered, was intact, but its internal power source had been drained, not malfunctioned, not damaged, drained, as if something had pulled energy through the device and left behind only silence. Onboard reports mentioned the air growing strangely warm that evening, not externally, but within the lower decks, like something unseen had risen in pressure. One crewman claimed he could feel a faint vibration in the walls of the ship, not tremors, not turbulence, a pulse, as though the metal hull had fallen into rhythm with something older, deeper, beneath. He described it as a heartbeat with no heart. What no one expected was what followed. For 12 hours after the incident, Every piece of digital equipment on the Wexham Tide lagged by 0.04 seconds, just enough to notice, just enough to feel misaligned. No one could explain it. Even offline systems, clocks, timers, even analog readouts, displayed the same delay, synchronized as if something had reached through time itself and adjusted the ship's tempo. Then, without ceremony, everything snapped back to normal, all except the crew. Some of them began reporting dreams, vivid ones, of dark plains beneath the ocean, with tall vertical forms half sunken in sediment, of orange glows weaving in slow spirals, of shapes that did not move, but breathed, shapes that bent light, coiled in thought, and pulsed with rhythm, not because they were alive in the way animals are alive, but because they remembered being alive. One crew member described the experience as being inside a skull the size of a mountain, seeing not with eyes, but through the membrane of memory. Another claimed they woke up whispering a sequence of numbers. They wrote them down. Coordinates. When plotted, they pointed to a point in the Denmark Strait, an unmapped trench between two seismic ridges. The vessel never investigated. Their orders changed, and just like that, the incident was erased. The logs were sealed, crew transferred, equipment replaced, but the dreams didn't stop. In the following months, reports surfaced, quiet, second-hand, often anonymously, of similar symptoms across other ships, nightmares of deep listening, of glowing symbols beneath waves, of pressure, not on the skin, but on the mind, as if the sleeper wasn't just seen, but seen through. Some began to speculate that the creature's light, the lanterns, weren't meant to illuminate the sea, they were meant to scan us, to reach into thought, memory, presence, to tune, to mirror something in us that we had forgotten was even there. The idea spread quietly among ex-military divers and deep-sea psychologists. A new theory, one too wild for academic paper, but too consistent to ignore, that the lantern-eyed sleeper wasn't a threat. It was a message, a signal designed to trigger an ancient recognition in the human brain, buried deep beneath language, culture, biology, something ancestral. Something from the time when we too crawled from the dark water and knew what watched us as we did. A biotemporal handshake between species, or between timelines, and those who understood it best were the ones who saw the lights in their dreams. They say every dream has a source, not just a meaning, a source, a seed in the body that blooms at night, a memory, a fear, a shape the soul once recognized before it was ever named, and those who dreamt of the sleeper began to feel that its shape wasn't invented by the mind, it was recalled, from where no one could say. But slowly, the line between dream and ocean began to blur. A diver in Nuuk, Greenland, operating a submersible for Arctic current mapping, reported seeing lanterns below the ice shelf. Slow, pulsing lights, equidistant, moving not in any known biological pattern, but in concentric circles. He said the lights didn't drift, they anchored. Like parts of a system that extended far beyond visibility. He surfaced, shaking, and never went down again. In the South Orkney Trough, an autonomous glider returned with corrupted logs. Its cameras failed, but its pressure sensors told a different story, recording brief but unmistakable dips in density, like something impossibly massive had drifted overhead. A shadow with mass, a presence that altered water itself. For 7 minutes the ocean got heavier, then lighter. Then still. No currents explained it. No storms were present, only silence. Then came the children, in 3 coastal towns, Vik in Iceland, Lerwick in the Shetlands, and Vestmannaeyjar in southern Iceland. Separate and unrelated, parents reported that their children had begun drawing strange shapes, spirals, ridges, ovals with dim halos around them. Some drew clusters of small orbs with connecting arcs, like the layout of a constellation. One girl drew her entire family floating upside down, bathed in an amber light, above a mountain that had eyes. She said it was under the sea, and that it had woken up. The parents dismissed it. Children dream. They watch strange videos. They have active imaginations. Until one of the drawings matched the layout of a classified sonar reading from the Wexham Tide, a formation that had never been made public, never entered any public database, and was kept under seal by the Oceanic Surveillance Office in Geneva, and the girl had drawn it 2 weeks before that reading was taken. That was when some began to whisper, What if it wasn't just one sleeper? What if the lantern-eyed creature was a node, a receiver, yes, but also a broadcaster, an anchor point for something older, something networked? And what if, through light, rhythm, and presence, it was sending something into us? Not infection, not control, but reminder of what no one knew. Some said it was biological, that the sleeper's light triggered buried ancestral instincts, a kind of deep mammalian protocol lying dormant since our earliest contact with the ocean. Others said it was psychic, that the light wasn't light at all, but data, memory, history encoded not in language, but in feeling, that the creatures, if they even were creatures, had been listening to us far longer than we realized. And now, as our senses reached deeper, as our noise pierced the trenches, as our mining rigs scraped the silent crust of the deep, they had begun to answer, not in anger, not in war, but in memory, like an old song replaying on a broken radio, something we almost recognize, something that stirs us in the dark but refuses to explain itself. And what happened next confirmed the worst fear of those who had long tracked the lantern-eyed sleeper. It rose. Only once, only partially, but enough. An oil platform in the North Atlantic, operated by a multinational undersea drilling corporation, reported an unexplained elevation in sea level, not across the region, but beneath the platform itself. The ocean floor had changed, not by tectonics, not by quake, by mass. Something had shifted, risen, coalesced. Cameras sent into the water showed nothing, until they did. The footage was brief. 4 seconds. A pale dome, covered in faint lattice patterns, rising, breaching, then subsiding like breath. It made no sound. It disrupted no wave. But every camera on the platform failed for the next 2 hours. When they rebooted, the footage was gone, but not the memory. The crew had seen it, and for weeks afterward, they spoke less, ate less, slept little. A kind of dream weariness came over them, a slow, persistent sense of being observed, not with threat, but with knowing. They said it felt like standing in a room you had left long ago, only to find it exactly as you remembered, unchanged, waiting. So now, those who track such things, not governments, not military, but watchers, keep logs, not of sightings, but of dreams. Dreams of lights, of soft humming, of shapes in the water that don't move but breathe, because they believe the sleeper has stopped hiding. It doesn't need to rise. It's already here, and more than that, it's in us, not as parasite, not as invader, but as mirror, a reflection not of the surface world, but of something buried deep inside the species that first walked out of the tide. The sleeper is not the sea's secret, it is ours. And every time the lanterns glow, the message is the same. Not a warning, not a threat, just a single idea, pulsed gently upward through pressure and light. Remember, it began as so many ocean anomalies do, with a storm. The waters off the coast of São Tomé and Príncipe were restless that week, not in the violent cinematic sense, but in the strange wrong-way kind. Currents that normally moved westward had begun to loop back on themselves. Nets came up empty. Barometers fluctuated. Small fishing vessels reported a thin white haze hanging over the water, even during daylight. It was as if the air had grown a skin, a translucent veil that filtered the sun and hushed the sea. Local fishermen, most of them lifelong residents who knew the coastline as well as the lines on their own hands, began to notice that something was missing. Not fish exactly, but sound. The waters had fallen unnaturally quiet. No gulls, no dolphins. Even the hum of passing tankers seemed strangely muffled. One man, a respected elder known for his sharp ear and steady voice, said the sea was drawing in breath. Not metaphorically, literally. He said it felt like the Atlantic itself was preparing to speak. Then came the lights. It was just past midnight when the first report was made, a soft glow rising beneath the waves, visible from the shore like a distant underwater lantern. It wasn't sharp like a spotlight. It was ambient, gentle. It moved slowly, drifting just beneath the surface about a kilometer offshore. From a distance, it seemed as though a submerged jellyfish the size of a bus was gently pulsating light, not flashing, but breathing it, in and out, orange, then green, then amber. A group of younger fishermen took out a motorboat, more curious than afraid. They approached the site where the glow had last been seen, cell phones at the ready, and cut their engine. For a moment, there was nothing, only the ripple of waves, and the faint scent of salt thickened by the night air. Then the light returned, directly beneath them. The footage they captured was brief, shaky, but unmistakable. A broad wing-like shape passed below the surface, translucent and finned, the texture of stretched glass wrapped in thin strands of firelight. It didn't rise. It didn't sink. It merely drifted, gliding past as if part of the current itself. Internal structures shimmered inside it, not organs, not bones, but something like strands of cable or vein, lit from within, by moving pulses of bioluminescence. And then it turned. The wings, or fins, or sails, flexed, and for a single frame of video, the creature tilted on its axis. What they saw wasn't a face. There were no eyes, no mouth, but the glow shifted. It concentrated toward the center, toward something resembling a node, a central orb that dimmed, then blinked in a rhythm that none of them could forget. 3 pulses, pause, 3 more, the same triplet rhythm heard in the bellmouth, though they would not know that part of the world had recorded it too. The moment the pulses stopped, the water around the boat began to warm, not dramatically, but noticeably. One of the young men dipped his hand overboard and yanked it back with a curse. He said it felt like a fever. Then, without warning, the light collapsed inward, folding itself like origami in reverse. The wings pulled tight, the glow vanished, and in its place was only water, dark and swirling, disturbed in slow spirals that traced outward for nearly a minute. The men returned shaken, unsure what they had seen, but they weren't the only ones. Within 48 hours, 2 more sightings were recorded, one from a cargo ship approaching the Gulf of Guinea, another from a coastal watchtower near the capital. Each described the same thing, a smooth-bodied, translucent form rising just below the surface, trailing faint light like molten glass in motion. Each one vanished the same way, folding inward, collapsing as if made of silk and thought, and in each case, warmth followed. Water temperature sensors along the coast showed localized spikes of up to 6 degrees Celsius, only within tightly defined vertical shafts, as if something had risen, exhaled heat, and vanished. And the fish returned. In fact, there were more than before. Schools of sardines, mackerel, even large tuna began appearing near the coast in numbers that hadn't been seen in years. The nets came back full. The birds returned. The dolphins returned, but none of the fishermen were smiling. Something had passed through their waters, and left a memory behind. And though no further sightings were reported in the weeks that followed, the ocean did not return to normal. The water stayed warm in patches, sometimes shifting overnight, as though the current itself was carrying echoes of something larger that had passed by. Some of the fishermen refused to go out at night. They claimed that the surface shimmered differently now, not with moonlight, but with a kind of internal gleam, like the sea was lit from below even when it looked dark from above. A few of the younger crew tried chasing the glow with drones. One unit caught a flicker of movement 3 miles offshore, a flash of curved fin, completely transparent, outlined only by what seemed like lightning inside glass. But before the drone could adjust course, its feed went white, then black. When recovered, the drone's casing was warm to the touch, its battery fully drained, despite having been charged only hours earlier. Rumors began to circulate, quiet but persistent, that what had passed through was not a lone creature, that the lantern fin was not an anomaly, but an advance, a scout, or worse, a memory stirred loose by something awakening deeper still, and the message it left behind was simple. The sea remembers, and it knows we are watching. A week passed, and though the surface calmed, something in the deep had not. Far offshore, nearly 70 kilometers from the coast of São Tomé, a seismic monitoring buoy, part of an international oceanographic grid, began reporting small tremors. They weren't earthquakes in the conventional sense. There were no tectonic signatures, no slip-fault echoes or hydrothermal vent activity. Instead, the tremors came in waves, not in ground movement, but in pressure, as if the ocean itself were flexing, not upward, but inward, like the deep was folding into itself, layer by invisible layer. The readings puzzled technicians. One specialist noted that the pattern resembled something biological, not random, but rhythmic. He compared it, half-jokingly, to the expansion and contraction of lungs, a breath. But when the data was mapped spatially, the pressure pulses didn't remain in one location. They moved, slowly, methodically, describing a rough crescent-shaped path, that curved back toward the original sighting zone. It was as though something vast had passed beneath the seafloor, not cutting through it, but pressing against it, like a shadow behind paper. Meanwhile, on land, strange phenomena began to manifest in ways harder to quantify. Residents in several coastal villages began reporting persistent headaches, not severe, but oddly synchronized. They came and went in unison, like a pressure shift affecting only those closest to the waterline. At night, a soft hum could be heard in the quietest hours, just above the threshold of hearing. Some dismissed it as tinnitus, others as wind. But those who lived near the docks swore it came from the ocean itself, a low pulsing tone that made their windows buzz and their thoughts drift. Then came the beaching, not of whales, not of dolphins, but of deep water fish, species rarely seen near the surface, let alone ashore. One morning, dozens of fangtooth, lanternfish and gulper eels lay dead across a stretch of beach less than 5 kilometers long. Their bodies were intact, no signs of decay, no damage from predators or nets. They were simply there, as if placed, as if delivered. Marine biologists from the mainland flew in to investigate, but the carcasses had already begun to melt, not rot, melt. The flesh turned gelatinous, their eyes liquefied, and within hours only traces remained. Samples were taken, but none showed contamination or trauma. In fact, the tissue had been unusually well preserved, until it wasn't. The only anomaly, a faint chemical signature within the muscle fibers, a compound resembling luciferin, the light-emitting agent found in bioluminescent organisms. Only here, it was far more concentrated, as if the fish had absorbed something luminous. And among the biologists, one quiet researcher with a background in neural signaling noticed something else. A pattern. She ran the luciferin analog through a bioacoustic modeling software, a tool used to visualize how certain chemicals might resonate under cellular conditions. What emerged wasn't just random output, it was a waveform, a consistent pulsing frequency, one that matched the same triplet rhythm recorded by the fishermen. 3 pulses, pause, 3 more. Her report was dismissed as speculative, the data archived, but she kept a copy, and over the following nights, she began hearing the tone herself, not in the water, but in her mind, always just before sleep, always from the same imagined direction, downward, as if something in the deep had seen her noticing, and had started to hum back. The phenomenon spread in whispers, among ship crews, among deep-sea workers, among local sailors too cautious to speak openly, but too disturbed to stay silent. One radio operator aboard a Coast Guard vessel claimed his instruments had begun to echo with static at odd hours, but not random static, pattern static. He compared it to Morse code, except slower, deeper, and felt more in the chest than heard through the ears. He didn't tell his commanding officer. Instead, he recorded one of the pulses using a modified hydrophone, and played it back on land. Within 48 hours, he was found unconscious in his apartment, having suffered a mild seizure. Doctors called it stress, overwork, sleep deprivation. But his logs told a different story. He had transcribed a note just before collapsing. One line, scrawled hastily in a notebook usually reserved for navigation details. It read, "It remembers the surface," and next to it, a small sketch, the same wing-shaped fin, etched faintly in pencil, surrounded by a halo of dots. 12 dots. No one could say what they meant, but for those paying attention, a suspicion had begun to form, that the lantern fin wasn't just rising, it was mapping, not territory, but us. In the following days, more sketches appeared, not from sailors, but from children. In schools along the São Tomé coast, teachers began noticing oddly similar drawings from students who hadn't seen the original footage, who didn't even live in the same towns. The images shared core features, a fin-like shape, long and translucent soft internal veins or filaments trailing into curves, and always, a glow at the center, flanked by smaller lights in a triangular pattern. A few students said they had dreamt of it. One boy said it swam into his window from the sky, not from the sea. Psychologists were called in. They attributed it to suggestion, to media exposure, to the collective influence of rumor. But no television broadcast had aired the footage. No radio had reported the sightings. These were closed communities, tight-lipped, protective. And still, the sketches kept coming. The researcher who had mapped the chemical waveform visited one of the schools. Unannounced, she brought a laminated printout of the waveform generated by the luciferin signature. She never showed it to the children. She simply kept it in her bag. But as she sat in the back of the room, one child, without prompting, began tracing an almost identical wave pattern into the condensation on the window pane. That night, the researcher dreamed of light. But this time, it wasn't pulsing. It was staring, as if the ocean no longer waited to be studied. It had begun to study back. By the third week, something shifted, not in the water but in the people. The phenomenon once whispered about on docks and in schoolrooms had become quieter, yes, but not forgotten. The silence wasn't absence. It was observation, a kind of hush that blanketed the coast, as if the land itself had begun to listen. The fishermen no longer went near the deeper waters. Even the boldest among them, those who once laughed off strange sightings as tricks of light or bad rum, now rerouted their boats toward the inner bays. The catches remained good, better than in years, but their eyes often turned toward the horizon without realizing it, as if expecting something to rise again, just at the edge of sight. Then came the interview. It wasn't publicized. It didn't make it into any major broadcast. It was a shortwave radio exchange, captured by a hobbyist in Luanda. A man's voice, calm, deep, slightly distorted by the hiss of transmission, claimed to have witnessed the creature from below, not from a boat, not from the shore, but from inside a submersible. He never gave his name. He didn't need to. He described being part of a 3-man research team conducting benthic sampling near the São Tomé slope, a steep underwater descent that had only recently been added to geoscientific maps. Their submersible had been descending slowly when the lights failed, not all at once, but in sequence, one by one, like something had touched them, not broken, just muted. Then the craft stopped descending, though the controls still registered downward thrust. It felt as if they had entered a medium thicker than water. The operator said, it felt like syrup, or gel. Visibility dropped to 0. The sub's hull vibrated faintly, not from pressure, but from sound. A tone, low, wide, untraceable, seemed to hum through the vessel. They did not panic, not immediately. Then the lights returned, not theirs, but something external. It wasn't a beam, it was diffuse, surrounding them. At first it seemed distant, then impossibly close. A wall of glow, pulsing not in flashes, but in undulations. It was like being inside a throat made of glass. The central orb appeared slowly, hovering in the dark like a watching eye, but without any discernible iris or pupil. The triplet rhythm began again. 3 slow pulses, a pause, 3 more. But this time, the pulses were accompanied by a pressure shift inside the sub itself. Their ears popped, their joints ached. The metal groaned, not from force but from attention. Then silence. The orb dimmed. The glow folded, and they were alone again. When they surfaced, no one spoke of it. One member left the expedition entirely. Another fell into a prolonged silence that lasted nearly 6 months. But the man who spoke on the radio had kept something. A tone, not a recording. A memory. He said it echoed in him still, late at night, when the wind paused and the sea stilled. He said it wasn't just a sound, it was a question, and he was terrified of the day he might finally understand what it asked. The tape of the interview ends abruptly, not with a cutoff, but with static that rises unnaturally, like feedback through a wire loop. The hobbyist who recorded it later found his equipment fried, capacitors blown, audio heads fused, as though something had pushed back through the line. In the following days, deep-sea cable sensors along the western coast began registering strange delays in data relay. It wasn't interference, it was reflection. The pulses were bouncing off something, some structure, or body, or formation, just offshore, something that hadn't been there before. A new shape on the sonar, broad and low, almost perfectly symmetrical, that seemed to hover between seabed and current like a suspended reef. But it moved, slowly, by meters, by degrees. But undeniably, it moved. And every time it did, the lights in the coastal town of Neves flickered. The signal, once thought to be singular, was showing signs of echo, not one source, many. And with that realization, came a deeper dread, not of what the lantern fin was, but of what it might summon. They didn't announce it. They didn't raise flags or send out maritime notices, but word travels quickly in small islands, especially when the ocean starts acting strange. When two naval research vessels arrived at the edge of São Tomé's exclusive waters, the old fishermen knew. They stood on the cliffs at sunrise, watching the silhouettes of steel and radar masts sit still like listening towers on a sleeping plane. To the officials, it was just a scientific mission. Routine investigation of subsea anomalies, they said, citing seismic fluctuations and electromagnetic irregularities as the justification. But no one believed that. Not the men who had pulled glowing nets from the deep. Not the women whose children dreamed of humming light. The ships didn't move for days. Their instruments cast downward. They weren't trawling for fish or mapping ridgelines. They were waiting, listening, hoping perhaps that whatever had risen weeks before would make itself known again, not through violence but through signal. It did. At 2:43 a.m. on the third night, just as the moon dipped behind a curtain of low clouds, the first tremor rolled through the hulls. Not seismic, not tectonic, no shifting plates, no rising magma, just pressure. A steady wave of force, like being brushed by something massive, unseen and deliberate. Below them, the sonar bloomed with false returns, shapes too vast to classify, too smooth to be rock, too symmetrical to be current. Something had arrived. And then came the light. Not above, but below, a soft, pale illumination that bloomed like a rising nebula just beneath the trench's lip. It shimmered in parallel arcs, banded like ribs of some long-forgotten machine, each one glowing in a faint golden hue. The arcs weren't stationary. They moved, not quickly, but with purpose, rising and rotating like a spiral staircase in reverse, ascending not toward the surface, but toward awareness. Inside the control room, every screen flickered, external feeds scrambled. For 13 minutes, the ships lost visual data, but sonar remained, and what it showed made no sense. A single growing mass, not composed of muscle or bone, but of shifting density and light, hovered beneath the fleet like a city suspended in fog. At its core, a node, round, pulsing, not with life, but with rhythm. 3 slow beats, pause, 3 more. A signal, a memory, a recognition. The lantern fin had returned, but this time it was no fleeting glimpse. It made no attempt to flee. It hovered there, just far enough to remain mysterious, just close enough to be unmistakable. Its translucent wings, or fins, or sails, curled and flexed in gravitational stillness. Not flapping, not swimming, simply shifting, folding, unfolding. And for a moment, the crew on both vessels experienced something no recording captured. A feeling, like standing before a cathedral submerged in water. Not awe, not fear, but recognition, that this thing, whatever it was, had seen them before, and had chosen now to be seen in return. Then slowly, it began to descend, not quickly, not retreating. It simply sank, folding its light inward, one layer at a time, a flower returning to bud, a memory reshelving itself. Within minutes, it was gone, but it left something behind. On the seabed, just above where it had hovered, the drones recorded something extraordinary. A pattern, etched into the sand in rings, not carved by claws or force, but by presence. 12 concentric circles radiated outward, so evenly spaced it defied natural current. At their center, a depression no wider than a person's chest, faintly warm, glowing, not with fire but with memory. The footage was encrypted, the files classified, but the sonar technician who processed them shared what she saw before the hard drives were pulled. She said it looked like a door, not open, not closed, waiting. The ships left quietly after that. No explanations were given. The coastal waters returned to calm, and for many the event became a footnote, a strange anomaly, talked about less and less until the days returned to normal. But in the hills above Nevers, a little girl began humming a tune in her sleep. Her mother heard it one night while checking on her. A soft rhythm, 3 notes, pause, 3 again. When asked where she learned it, the girl only shrugged. It's how it says hello. By the time autumn rolled in, the fishing was better than ever. The catch was rich, the water calm, but none of the old men ventured past the inner shoals. None of them dared approach the trench again, because in their bones they understood something. The lantern fin had not appeared to threaten. It had not risen in anger, nor struck in defense. It had come only to show itself, and to remember what it once touched on the surface, to remember what had left it behind. And in that slow glowing spiral beneath the sea, In that ancient language written in warmth and rhythm, it had spoken a truth no one wanted to admit, that the ocean is not empty, and it never forgets. Between the scattered constellations of Pacific islands, in the dark swells east of Tonga, and far from any busy trade routes, there lies a stretch of water so consistently uneventful that mariners call it the lull. Charts show only open blue, no seamounts, no ridges, no reefs, just a stable stretch of calm ocean, rarely visited, rarely discussed. But in May of 2009, a French Polynesian fisheries vessel named T. Meterua broke that silence when it issued a confused distress call at 2:47 a.m. local time. The message wasn't panicked. It wasn't even urgent, just puzzled. They had struck something hard in waters that were supposed to be 3,000 meters deep. The initial assumption was equipment failure. Grounding in that area was geologically impossible. But when emergency teams reached the vessel 3 days later, the story shifted. The T. Meterua was listing slightly to port, with a jagged break across the lower hull. No breach, but definite trauma, as if something had scraped it, not with force, but with precision. Divers were sent down, expecting perhaps an uncharted rock or submerged debris. What they found, instead, was something white, towering, unnatural. The divers described it as a bone forest, not coral in the traditional sense, not branching, soft-bodied polyps, but rigid, spiraling spires rising vertically from the sea floor, their texture more like fossil than reef. Each column stood 3 to 5 meters high, spaced evenly apart, with gaps narrow enough to suggest intention. The color was wrong too, not bleached, not dead, but ivory, as if grown deliberately in shadow. Samples were collected. The material under the microscope resembled a matrix of calcite, phosphate, and an unidentifiable silicate structure that resisted both acid testing and high heat dissolution. But what alarmed researchers most wasn't its strength, it was its youth. The sample bore no erosion, no sediment coating, no embedded microorganisms. It was new, less than a week old based on particulate layering. That was impossible. Coral, even fast-growing species, do not rise in pillars overnight. And then there was the shape. One aerial photo, captured just before sunrise, showed the reef's outline forming a ring, not a perfect circle, but a broad oval, nearly a quarter-kilometer wide. At the center, nothing, just shadow, just depth. It didn't look like a reef. It looked like a cradle, or a perimeter. Marine biologist Dr. Etienne Marchand, who examined the dive footage later, noted something subtle. The spacing between pillars wasn't random. Each stood precisely 3.2 meters from its neighbor. Each leaned slightly inward. Not natural growth, design. And at the base of one of the spires, they found something embedded. Not rock, not shell, but a small, perfectly smooth black sphere, the size of a human eye. It wasn't attached. It was simply there. When they returned to the site a week later to conduct a second survey, it was gone. Not just the object, the entire reef. The sonar showed flat seabed, no vertical structures, no changes in topography. The coordinates matched, the current hadn't shifted, and there had been no seismic activity. It was as if the entire reef had never existed. A ghost growth, risen for a moment, then retracted. Back on land, the crew didn't speak openly about what they'd seen. Official reports cited anomalous calcium formations. No press release followed, but privately, among marine forums and encrypted email chains, the divers shared their unease. One spoke of a sensation, not during the dive, but after, a feeling of pressure behind the eyes, of hearing something low, just beneath the edge of human hearing, like whale song cut in half. It lasted for days. Dr. Marchand, disturbed by the data, cross-referenced seafloor anomaly reports across the region. He found 3 entries, 2 from the late 1980s, 1 from 2003, all referencing sudden sonar disruptions and unexplained vertical returns between Niue and Tonga. None had been followed up. Each time, by the time a second ship arrived, the structure had vanished. What made this incident different was the damage. The Tem Meterua had collided with something that wasn't just there. It was solid, material, strong enough to shear reinforced fiberglass. That left questions. Was the reef always submerged deeper, only rising temporarily? Was it alive? Or was it waiting? Some suggested a vent phenomenon. Others floated deep-sea hydrothermal growths, accelerated by volcanic gases, but no vent activity was recorded. No heat, no chemical plumes. The water surrounding the reef was sterile, too sterile. No bacteria, no plankton, no fish. The ocean around it behaved like a wound that refused to clot, and then came the signal. 2 days after the reef vanished, an autonomous underwater vehicle AUV patrolling near Vavahu recorded a low-frequency pulse, 6 tones, evenly spaced, followed by a 12-second silence. Then it repeated, 3 times, then stopped. It wasn't seismic. It wasn't animal. Its frequency fell between whale communication and synthetic sonar, but matched neither exactly. Each tone had shape, purpose. Something had spoken, or activated. The coincidence was too close to ignore. The reef appeared. The reef vanished. Then a message. Some believe the reef is part of a network, not biological, but infrastructural. A kind of anchor point, or sensor array. Or even worse, a gate. The term Sentinel began circulating among theorists. The idea that the structure wasn't a reef at all, but a watchtower, one of many, and the pillars weren't meant to protect anything. They were meant to signal something below when disturbed, because whatever made it might not live near the surface, and the reef might not be gone, only sleeping, waiting for the next touch. In the weeks that followed the disappearance of the reef, a quiet shift took place among the more experienced navigators in the South Pacific. They didn't speak about it openly, not in the way rumors spread over radio chatter or dockside drinks, but in subtle decisions, patterns emerged. Vessels took wider arcs around the Niuean corridor. Data collection ships suddenly reprioritized routes. Diving expeditions were quietly postponed. The area around the last known coordinates of the reef acquired a shape it never had before, a void. It wasn't just fear, it was an intuitive caution, the kind that settles into the gut of anyone who's spent years listening to the moods of the sea. Those who understood the difference between a storm and a silence, those who could feel without needing to say it aloud, that something about the reef had not left. It had only gone quiet. A month after the incident, a Japanese research vessel operating under a climate monitoring grant registered an unexplained temperature anomaly, not warm, as one might expect from geothermal activity, but cold, icy cold. A 300-meter-wide region, where the water was precisely 2.2 degrees Celsius lower than its surroundings, with no visible current or thermal explanation. The anomaly lasted 11 hours. Then the temperature equalized as if nothing had happened. Later, when researchers overlaid the data onto old reef coordinates, the chill matched exactly where the bone reef had once stood. Even stranger, the same vessel's forward sonar array recorded several dead return zones, pockets, where the signal simply didn't bounce back. Not noise, not static, just nothing. The equipment was later confirmed to be working perfectly. The missing sonar was, in the words of the ship's navigator, like pointing a flashlight into a black hole. That navigator, a seasoned sailor named Maki Ishikawa, would later describe the feeling during those hours not as danger, but as observation. It didn't feel like we were approaching something, she wrote in her personal log, but like something had already noticed us, long before we arrived. Around the same time, reports began surfacing from unrelated vessels of strange coral formations appearing and disappearing in other locations. Off the coast of the Solomon Islands, a diving team spotted what they believed to be a submerged obelisk of bone-white mineral rising from a sand shelf, surrounded by complete marine silence. It was gone the next morning. Near Tuvalu, a research drone briefly recorded a grid-like pattern of elevated reef spires on the seafloor, too regular to be natural. The next flyover showed only silt. The word Sentinel took deeper root. It was no longer spoken as metaphor. It was spoken with suspicion, with precision. The reefs weren't passive anomalies anymore. They were active, and they were many. What disturbed researchers most was their silence. No sound, no emissions, no ecological signature. They came and went like thoughts, sudden, insistent, and vanishing just as quickly. And each time they left a blank space in the data, as though the ocean itself had refused to record them. One American geophysicist, Dr. Murrow Wendell, who had spent years studying mid-ocean ridges and undersea tectonics, was granted temporary access to the acoustic logs of the Tematarua. She isolated a low-frequency signal embedded within the ship's emergency black box, something no one else had noticed. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but clearly artificial, not a ping, not interference. A rhythm, a pattern. She cleaned it up, slowed it down, and layered it against sonar from unrelated incidents across the Pacific. Then she found it again, and again, always the same 6 tones, always the same 1.7-second intervals, the same 12-second pause. She didn't sleep for 3 nights. In her 4th evening of analysis, something changed. The 6th tone shifted, by less than a decibel, barely measurable, but different, as if the pattern wasn't looping, as if it was listening and responding. She submitted her findings to a closed-door session of the Oceanic Monitoring Council. They thanked her, shelved the report, and quietly revoked her access to future logs. Publicly, the bone reefs don't exist. Officially, the reef that struck the Tematarua was a rogue calcite anomaly, a rare fluke, a once-in-a-century convergence of deep-sea current and sediment collapse. The narrative was clean, unthreatening, digestible, but beneath that surface, the silence deepens. Divers across the Pacific now trade unmarked coordinates, places where the water feels wrong, places where your depth gauge jitters, your lights dim, and the fish scatter before you arrive. They speak of spiral spires glimpsed from the corner of their masks, of sensations like standing in a cathedral, not holy, but hollow, designed, and buried too deep to be claimed. Some believe the reefs are parts of something larger, like the exposed knuckles of a buried hand, that the bone coral is not the structure itself, but the outer edge, that something far more ancient lies beneath, sleeping beneath the crust, and the reefs are how it breathes, how it tests, because each time a diver enters one of these reef zones, the current shifts slightly, not hard, not fast, just enough, enough to nudge, enough to feel guided, not by accident, not by nature, but by attention. By late 2010, the whispers had grown into full threads in private maritime forums, the kind hosted on servers tucked away from public indexing, where ex-naval officers, deep-sea engineers, and long-retired submersible pilots discussed what they'd seen, but were never allowed to publish. The bone coral structures were now being spoken of not as anomalies, but as markers, not formations, but boundaries, an uncharted grid of appearance and disappearance, coral not as life, but as interface. Wherever these formations surfaced, equipment behaved strangely, animals vanished, and the ocean took on that unnerving hush again, like a temple that had just been vacated. It was in one of these threads that an incident appeared from the archives, a 1992 Soviet submersible dive near Fiji, during the final years of the USSR's deep-sea exploration program. The report had never been translated into English, and never made it past the handwritten stage. It described an autonomous undersea scout vehicle that briefly lost contact during a trench descent. Upon retrieval, its front cameras were scorched, not melted, not overheated, scorched, as if it had passed through a sudden burst of extreme light or radiation. The surrounding data was corrupted, except for a single image, frame-locked at the moment of the blackout. The photo showed something like a tower, narrow, ridged, unmistakably white, protruding from the base of the trench. No known coral structure grew at that depth, and no team ever returned to investigate. The mission was labeled a technical failure, the vehicle decommissioned, but in 2011, that frame re-emerged in a leak posted anonymously to one of the encrypted threads. Beneath the image, a caption had been added: "They've been waking up since the Cold War." What followed was a cascade of pattern recognition. Dozens of reports, sonar voids, cold patches, disappearing formations, the 6-pulse signal, all began aligning across time and oceanic coordinates. The reefs were not random, they followed tectonic seams, subduction zones, places where the Earth's crust moved downward, not up, as if the coral weren't reaching for sunlight, but listening to something beneath. By 2013, a few researchers in academic exile had begun to openly speculate that these bone structures were not merely biological curiosities, but fragments of a larger architecture, that they weren't reefs, but antennas. Their orientation, spacing, even their temporary appearances, all suggested synchronization. When mapped, the spires mirrored radio telescope arrangements, phased arrays, except these didn't transmit, they received. And the question became, received from what? No one had an answer. But one speculative theory emerged, too fringe for science journals, too grounded for science fiction. The idea that beneath the Pacific crust, deeper than any borehole has ever reached, there exists an ancient structure, not alien, not artificial, but geological in origin. Something formed when the Earth was young and unstable, a kind of mineral intelligence, dormant until now. The bone coral, in this hypothesis, was its nervous system, a way for it to sense the changing pressures of the world above. And the sudden appearance of these reefs wasn't random, it was response, feedback, a shiver of awareness from the Earth itself. Skeptics dismissed the idea immediately. Coral has never demonstrated sentience. No geological formation could organize such complex ephemeral behavior. But the skeptics could not explain the disappearances. They could not explain the uniform measurements, the embedded pulses, the way the formations appeared overnight and left no debris. And they certainly couldn't explain why marine life consistently fled their presence. One marine acoustician from Chile, Dr. Javier Toledo, recorded what he believed to be the faint ambient resonance of a reef near Pitcairn Island. Using low-frequency hydrophones, placed across a 30-kilometer radius, he captured what sounded like a slow, oscillating hum, not musical, not machine-like, just persistent, a note without a melody, a breath without lungs. He compared it to the sound of glaciers calving, but deeper, and when he filtered the hum through amplitude isolation, he uncovered a recursive pattern, like a fractal in sound, a structure repeating within itself, over and over, as if building towards something. Dr. Toledo went silent shortly after his first round of interviews. Some believe he was pressured, others think he simply got too close to something no one wanted named. By 2015, a trend emerged that frightened the few who were still paying attention. The reefs weren't just appearing, they were surfacing closer and closer to populated marine routes. Not dramatically, not in full display, but like scouts, testing visibility, measuring exposure, appearing for minutes at a time in the wake of cargo vessels, or beneath deep-sea trawlers, as if waiting to be seen. One incident, scrubbed from all official logs, occurred off the coast of Tahiti. A tourist vessel, late returning from a reef dive, reported a shadow moving parallel beneath them, long, pale, segmented like vertebrae. They dismissed it as tricks of the light, until the sonar technician called out. The depth had shifted, from 800 meters to 300, in under 60 seconds. No terrain does that, not naturally. The vessel turned, circled back. The depth returned to normal, but two guests on board had snapped photos through the water. One image showed what appeared to be a jagged spiral of bone-white spines, just beneath the surface, vanishing into shadow. The image was never released publicly. The guests were later contacted by marine authorities and asked to surrender all media. They complied. The next day their dive was cancelled, no explanation given. The reefs weren't anomalies anymore, they were converging, and those who had watched from the edges, the researchers, the divers, the navigators who had once passed off the sightings as tricks of current and light, now began to wonder if they had misunderstood the timeline. Maybe the reefs weren't new, maybe they had always been there, and something, or someone, had finally flipped the switch. By the winter of 2016, a quiet unease had taken hold in certain corners of the maritime world, the kind not acknowledged in policy meetings or official reports, but whispered between ship captains over coffee, between sonar techs during night shifts, and between researchers who had long since learned when to stop asking questions. The reefs, they said, were no longer anomalies. They were no longer warnings, they were awake, and they were listening. The final known contact came from a private expedition vessel registered out of New Zealand, the Asterian Vega, which had set sail on a multidisciplinary mapping mission focused on microbenthic life along the Pacific shelf. But its true aim was something else. Aboard the ship was a loose coalition of academics, independent sonar contractors, and one deep ocean cryptographer who had pieced together the 6-pulse signal, heard across multiple reef events, and believed he'd found its origin point, a point where the pattern began to bend. Coordinates were logged. The vessel departed quietly. There was no press, no announcements, just a single heading filed under experimental drift modeling. They reached the target zone near midnight, on the 5th day, in calm water. They deployed an AUV with a high-frequency scanning array. It descended without issue, and then silence. Not mechanical silence. Atmospheric silence. the kind that presses in from all sides. Even the ship's onboard sensors recorded a measurable drop in ambient sound. No current, no marine chatter, no echo, just stillness. For 22 minutes, nothing happened. Then, without warning, the sonar feed returned, with an impossible image. Not a reef. A chamber, roughly 140 meters below the surface. The drone had captured the top of a perfectly symmetrical cavity in the seafloor. The shape resembled an ancient amphitheater, not built, not carved, but grown. The walls appeared to be composed of the same white mineral as the reef towers, but arranged in deliberate terraces. Each tier was lined with vertical pillars, hundreds of them, each spaced with terrifying regularity, like seating or storage. The feed lasted for 17 seconds, then everything, the drone, the signal, the light, vanished. The Asterian Vega remained on station for another 8 hours. No response, no recovery. They returned to port in silence. The log was never published. The footage, as far as anyone knows, was only shared once, to a small research group in Ushuaia, Argentina. One of those researchers, in an anonymous interview, claimed the shape of the chamber was not merely symmetrical, it was resonant, that its dimensions echoed the structure of the pulse pattern, that what they had found wasn't just a reef, and not just a monument, it was a receiver, designed not to call something, but to answer. And it already had. What followed wasn't a global panic, or a sweeping discovery. It was silence. Deafening, deliberate silence. As if something beneath the ocean had made its statement, and then receded, not because it was afraid, because it had no reason to repeat itself. In the years since, the sightings have slowed. The reef structures still surface from time to time, reported by commercial vessels, by military sonar, by autonomous gliders, sweeping forgotten corridors. But they never last. They rise for moments, then vanish like breath on glass, always leaving the water colder, always leaving the instruments blank, and always with that same impression on those who witness them, not fear, but recognition, as if what they're seeing is not new, but remembered. Some have speculated that the bone coral is geological muscle, not a reef, but a reach, a way for the earth to flex through water, that the structures are not passive but reactive. That every movement above the crust, from ships, from drilling rigs, from war games and mining operations, sends echoes downward, and that one day something below will echo back. Others in quieter circles propose something more unnerving, that the structures are neither warning nor weapon, but tombstone, that beneath them lies not a creature waiting to rise, but a presence that already died. And what we are witnessing is not emergence, but residue, the decaying muscle memory of something vast, embedded in the planet, like scar tissue. When the sea grows still, and the reef towers rise, it is not to awaken, it is to repeat. A reflex, a glitch. The loop of a gesture once made, now endlessly replaying through mineral and tide. Whatever the truth, the world has chosen, for now, to forget. The coordinates of known reef events are redacted in maritime databases. The signal, 6 pulses, 1.7 seconds apart, is buried in outdated sonar templates. And the name bone coral Sentinel has never appeared in a single scientific publication. But those who've seen them, those who've felt the water change, carry the memory like salt in the skin, quiet, persistent. It shows up at night, in dreams of spirals, in flashes of white beneath waves. In the shudder you feel when you're alone in open water, and you sense that something beneath you is not moving, not because it can't, but because it already has. And in that stillness the ocean waits, not for discovery, not for warning, but for return. It was supposed to be a routine dive, shallow waters, low risk. A team of commercial divers hired to inspect a series of outdated submarine cables off the southern coast of Sakhalin Island. The work was dull but necessary. Cold, repetitive, and free of the drama typically associated with deep-water salvage or exploratory missions. That's what made what happened so unsettling. It didn't begin with a crash or an alarm or anything grand. It began with a feeling, a sense noted only in passing by the divers, that the water around them had become heavier, not denser in a scientific way. The pressure hadn't changed, but in something subtler, like the weight of presence. Visibility that morning was limited to 10 meters. Algae bloom, the surface crew said. Normal for this time of year. But the divers reported something odd. The algae didn't seem suspended like usual. It seemed arranged. hanging in soft curls, like curtains draped underwater, parting as the men passed, and slowly closing behind them again. It was beautiful in an eerie way, delicate and slow, the way smoke moves in a sealed room. That's when the lead diver, Mikhail, radioed up to the surface. Not with panic, not with fear, just a quiet statement that has since become part of maritime lore. There's something watching us. His voice didn't shake, it didn't rise, but the tone beneath it changed, from focused to reverent, like he had walked into a church and realized he wasn't alone. The surface crew asked for clarification. Mikhail didn't answer immediately. When he did, he sounded distracted, as if he'd turned his head mid-sentence. "It's not a fish," he added. "It's like fabric, but alive." Moments later, the second diver reported something brushing against his arm. Not striking, not grabbing, just contact. A soft glide along his wetsuit that left no mark, no injury, but an impression he couldn't shake. He described it later as being touched by something that didn't know it was touching. The third diver didn't speak at all. He simply turned on his camera. The footage shows nothing for the first 20 seconds but green haze and drifting strands. Then the veil comes into view. A thin sheet of pale, luminous material suspended vertically in the water but undulating, like it was breathing. It shimmered not with light, but with structure. Thousands of tiny lines traced across its surface, not randomly but in rhythmic pulses, like circuits mapping an invisible code. There were no eyes, no mouth, no obvious appendages, and yet every man who saw it felt watched. One of the crew suggested it might be a siphonophore, a colonial organism made of many units drifting in coordinated life. But this thing didn't drift. It responded. As the divers adjusted their lights, the pulses across the veil shifted. Not rapidly, not defensively, just deliberately. One diver reached out against protocol. The moment his gloved hand passed through the edge of the organism, his light flickered, then went out. Not the battery, not the bulb. The entire circuit inside the casing was fried, as if it had shorted without heat. The diver recoiled, instinct taking over. But the organism didn't flee. It didn't react at all. Instead, it rose. Not fast, not aggressive. It lifted itself upward like steam drawn toward open air, and as it ascended, it began to split. Not tear, not dissolve, but divide into thinner sheets, each one curling and disappearing into the green haze like pages turning in an invisible book. By the time the divers reached the surface, the curtain was gone, but the silence remained. The men spoke little after that. They completed their contract, submitted their footage, and left without waiting for follow-ups. What they'd seen hadn't tried to hurt them, but it had left something behind, an imprint, they said. Not a memory exactly, but a residue, like when you leave your hand pressed against glass and walk away, the shape lingers. Days later, 2 of the divers reported mild visual disturbances, light distortions at the corners of their eyes. At first, they assumed it was nitrogen narcosis, a delayed symptom of their time at depth, but medical checks came back clean. No decompression illness, no retinal issues, nothing physical to explain the phenomenon. One diver described it this way: "It's like walking through the world with a curtain just behind your eyes, like something else is watching with you." In the days that followed, the disturbances didn't fade, they deepened. One of the divers, the youngest of the 3, began keeping a journal, not of dreams, but of impressions. He said he didn't sleep badly, he didn't feel fear, but each morning he woke with the sense that something had moved through him during the night. Not a dream, not a nightmare, just the presence of a shape, a shadow without form, lingering behind his eyes like afterimage. He described seeing threads of color where none should be, blue filaments stretching through the edges of street lamps, curling around windows, threading through the outlines of people walking past. He stopped diving after that, sold his gear, moved inland, said the sea had shown him something too large to understand. Not dangerous, not angry, just aware. The footage from the dive, or at least the portion that wasn't corrupted, was sent to marine biologists at a university in Vladivostok. Most dismissed it as an optical phenomenon, likely caused by suspended particulate matter and the refraction of diver lights through planktonic haze. One researcher noted, however, that the pulsing circuit-like lines in the footage bore a strange resemblance to neural net mapping, not of human brains, but of deep-sea cephalopods. He ran a comparison against known chromatophore patterns in giant squid. There were no matches, but one pattern looped back on itself in a way that reminded him of recursion, a visual echo, as though the structure wasn't communicating outward, but reflecting inward, seeing itself, mirroring what looked at it. And when a team member ran that same sequence through an auditory encoder, a program designed to convert visual signals into frequency, what emerged was not noise, but tone, soft, repetitive, and unmistakably deliberate. For a while, that tone remained confined to research labs. It was never published, never shared with the public, not out of secrecy, but out of uncertainty. The sound didn't seem to belong to anything they could classify. It was too low to be a distress signal, too patterned to be incidental, and too soft to be industrial. When run through a spectrogram, the waveform resembled a heartbeat, but not a human one, slower, wider, as though it came from something that didn't rely on blood, but on something deeper, more ancient. The researcher who first heard it described it as something alive that's never had a mouth. He said it wasn't a call, it was a presence, a vibration that didn't ask to be answered, only noticed. He played it twice. Then he deleted the file, not because it frightened him, but because it stayed with him, even in silence. A kind of memory that never belonged to him, but had settled behind his thoughts like dust in a still room. A month after the dive, strange activity was recorded on several offshore sensors. Nothing seismic, nothing magnetic, just fluctuations in pressure and current, always at the same depth, always in the same spot where the divers had seen the curtain rise. These movements didn't resemble waves or thermoclines. They were vertical, slow, and almost mechanical. Something was adjusting itself, breathing perhaps, or folding. Then late one night, a trawler passing near the coast of Aniva Bay reported a sonar anomaly. The crew thought it was a fault, a large surface echo appearing at nearly 200 meters below them. But when they re-scanned the area, the shape was gone. It hadn't drifted. It had vanished, like it had folded into another layer of water. One of the deckhands later claimed he'd seen a ripple with no cause stretch across the surface, not circular like from a splash, but linear, like a sheet being drawn across the ocean's skin. Later in port, he said something else. He said the air around them had changed, not colder, not heavier, just quiet, too quiet, and he wouldn't go back out. The cable company eventually reviewed the footage again, not for anomalies, but for patterns. The organism's movements, subtle as they were, didn't appear random. They seemed to respond to the divers' positions, to their gestures. Even their heart rates, one researcher speculated. The pulses across the veil moved differently when one diver panicked, slowing, steadying, as if the thing was trying to stabilize them. But the most peculiar detail came from a single, overlooked clip, recorded when the divers had first entered the Plume. Just a few frames, skipped during early analysis because of static. In it, a shape is visible in the far left of the screen, small at first glance, meaningless, but enhanced and slowed. It appears to be a tendril, or something like one, not attached to the curtain, reaching toward it, and then withdrawing, as though another presence, not seen during the dive, had been watching too, not from the front, from the side, watching the watchers. Some of the analysts speculated that the curtain might not have been a creature at all but a surface, a kind of biological lens, something that didn't just respond to attention but focused it, like a mirror, but inward. What it showed, they couldn't say. But after that discovery, the divers began reporting something else. Dreams. They weren't terrifying, they weren't even nightmares, but they were persistent, always underwater, always silent, always bathed in a shifting green light. In the dreams, the divers moved weightlessly through layers of fabric, never seeing a beginning or end, just veils, curling, parting, rejoining. Sometimes they felt warmth on their backs, other times, a chill on their faces, and always they awoke with the feeling that they had been shown something important, and then made to forget. One diver said it best, in a message to the company that had hired him: "I don't think it wanted to be discovered, I think it wanted to introduce itself." But what kind of being introduces itself without a shape, without a sound, without even knowing if you can understand? After that message he didn't report again. No illness, no breakdown, just silence. He stopped returning emails, then eventually disconnected his number. No one was sure whether he was retreating from the memory, or from something that hadn't stopped following him. But not all the divers withdrew. One of them, the eldest, a man who had been diving for over 30 years, continued logging what he called shifts, not dreams, not visions, but moments in waking life where his surroundings seemed to change. In one instance, he was walking along the coast near Korsakov when the wind dropped suddenly. The water went flat. No movement, no birds, no sound. For 12 seconds, he said, the entire shoreline felt as though it had sunk below itself, not physically, but perceptually, as if reality had bent inward, like heat rising from pavement, but colder. He turned around. Behind him, the trees blurred slightly, like they were seen through wet silk. Then everything snapped back. The world returned to normal, but the feeling stayed. He wrote in his journal that night, "It's not trying to return, it's trying to remember itself." Another theory emerged from a fringe biological team who had been analyzing the structure of the veil. They suggested that it wasn't a creature or a surface, but a filter, a soft membrane meant to separate one perception from another. That when the divers entered the bloom, they didn't just see something, they passed into a state where something saw through them, not malicious, not invasive, just observational. What disturbed them most wasn't the footage. It was the feeling that the encounter had not been accidental, that the timing, the placement, the way the currents had guided the divers toward the formation, all of it felt choreographed, as if the ocean had arranged a meeting, and the only question that remained was with what. The footage was archived, not erased, not hidden, just quietly shelved, filed away in a grey folder under an innocuous name at a government-aligned research center near Vladivostok. Its file name bio-lens.sv-9. 4. The team responsible for its categorization didn't speak much about it. They didn't need to. The few who reviewed it closely reported symptoms that didn't match the usual stress response. Not nightmares, not hallucinations, but transference. One technician began hearing faint harmonic vibrations in the concrete walls of the lab. Another, after watching the veil pulse in slowed footage for over 3 hours, claimed she could no longer dream in color. Everything turned green, veiled, layered. By the end of that month, 3 unrelated vessels, all passing through nearby waters, filed brief but similar incident logs. No damage, no threats, but all 3 reported temporary equipment interference just after dusk. GPS signals faltered. Radios picked up nothing but a strange low sweep, like breathing through wires. One captain described a moment when all the ship's lights dimmed, and he saw a faint glow on the surface ahead. It wasn't reflected. It wasn't from the sky. It hovered, barely visible, but present. He turned the ship and never came back that way again. Meanwhile, down the coast, a photographer staying on the island for unrelated work noticed something bizarre. On a foggy morning, while trying to capture the haze rolling across the bay, she shot a series of images that didn't match what she remembered seeing with her eyes. The shoreline appeared normal, but the ocean in her photographs showed faint vertical striations, like someone had gently dragged a transparent cloth across the frame. A digital glitch, she assumed, until she printed them. On paper, the lines remained, fine, elegant distortions curling ever so slightly toward the image's center, where no subject had been. Her camera was new, her memory cards freshly formatted. She tested the lens again. No problems, but when she went to sleep that night, she dreamt of green, not the green of trees or grass, but of filtered light, heavy, immersive. She was submerged, yet breathing, and somewhere ahead of her, behind the curls of translucent fabric drifting upward, was something warm. Not a light, not a fire, something older, like breath without lungs. She didn't walk toward it. She floated, slowly, without fear. When she awoke, she found her bedsheets damp with seawater. There were no open windows, no spills, nothing, just the faint smell of salt, and the distant echo of something that might have been a hum. Farther inland, reports trickled in from places that had no reason to be connected. A weather balloon launched near Kolmsk picked up unexpected atmospheric anomalies, not in temperature or pressure, but in acoustic shadow. An area of sky, roughly 400 meters wide, returned no sound, not from wind, not from sensors, not even from the balloon's own signal ping, as if something above, or below, had absorbed the vibration. The balloon's payload descended 23 minutes early. Its instruments were scorched, not burnt, scorched, as if they'd passed through a field of frictionless heat, like being microwaved by memory. The data was inconclusive, but that was the trend now, not contradiction, not confusion, but inconclusiveness. Everything that pointed toward the Sakhalin Veilhead felt deliberate in its ambiguity. The entity, or phenomenon, or presence, never revealed itself in full, never spoke, never struck. It simply echoed, across screens, across dreams, across tides, a veil not just of tissue or light, but of knowing, as if its very existence was bound by layers we couldn't yet peel back. And in the scientific community, an odd divide began to form, not between believers and skeptics, but between those who had seen it, even second-hand, and those who hadn't. Researchers who'd analyzed the footage for too long started requesting reassignments, not because of danger, but because of longing. They couldn't describe it any other way. They felt drawn to return, to go deeper, to seek something they couldn't name but knew they'd recognize. Like the memory of a song heard before birth, something woven into them. One researcher, in an anonymous note left on the facility's server, wrote, "I don't think it meant to show us fear. I think the fear is ours, because we recognize it. We recognize us. In it, folded, silent, waiting to be known." And then as suddenly as it began, the disturbances ceased. The sensors stilled, the waters cleared. The divers, though haunted by images and dreams, began to recover. The green faded, the humming quieted, and life, as it tends to do, moved on. But something remained, not in the ocean, not in the sensors, but in the space between explanation and emotion, that strange breathless pause when someone stares out over calm water and feels something watching from below, not threatening, just aware, waiting, not for the next visitor, but for the next moment of recognition, as if the veil had never been a creature at all, but a question, folded in water. Weeks after the disturbances faded, the researcher who had first coined the phrase biological lens returned to the footage one last time. He didn't open the full file. He said he couldn't. Not again, but he opened the first frame, just as still, the very beginning of the dive, before the curtain shimmered into view. In the frame, there's nothing but silt, cables, and drifting bloom. Yet he stared at it for hours, not analyzing, not cross-referencing, just feeling. When asked why, he replied, "Because it still feels like someone else is looking back." He later admitted that since viewing the final sequence, he no longer felt alone in his thoughts, not in a schizophrenic way, not a voice, but a tone, a constant, almost inaudible undercurrent beneath his thinking, like a background process running on a machine he never turned on. One night, he stopped sleeping altogether, not from fear, but because he said he no longer felt time in a linear way. "I think the veil did something," he wrote in his notebook. "Not to my mind, to how my mind understands the present. I'm not experiencing time, I'm remembering it as it happens." Eventually, he withdrew from his post, moved far inland. No one heard from him again, but his last entry remains on file. What if it isn't from the deep? What if it's what the deep becomes, when it looks back? The island of Sakhalin moved on. Ships came and went. The cables were replaced. The divers took other contracts. But every so often, especially when the fog hugs the shore and the sea lies still, locals say the green light returns, not to the surface but beneath their eyelids, as they drift to sleep. No threat, no message, just the presence of something that never left. In the years that followed, the Sakhalin Veilhead would quietly slip into a category of phenomena too layered to be officially investigated, yet too persistent to be forgotten. Those who were closest to the event, the divers, the researchers, the technicians, began to change in subtle, irreversible ways. Not all withdrew from their professions, but none remained quite the same. Some described the shift as a hum, others as a kind of presence just beyond the threshold of language. It wasn't trauma, nor was it awe. It was something far more intimate, as if part of their perception had been folded open, like a curtain pulled back, not to reveal something, but to make them feel how much more remained unseen. The diver known for his long, silent gaze at the veil, Mikhail, retired 2 years later without public explanation. He declined interviews and even casual correspondence from colleagues. A quiet man to begin with, he became more reclusive after the dive, often staring out at the water for hours at a time. A friend who visited him during the early winter months said Mikhail had taken to drawing in charcoal, not of the veil, not of the ocean, but of layered shapes, echoing arches and receding folds that vanished toward the center of the page. When asked what they were, he simply replied, "What it let me remember." Others on the original research team developed a fascination with recursion, not in mathematics or coding, but in biology and consciousness. They proposed in informal whiteboard sessions and off-the-record conversations that what the divers encountered was not a singular organism, but a reactive field, something that constructed itself through the act of observation, not hostile, not even curious in the traditional sense, but fundamentally tied to the act of being seen and seeing in return. The idea was radical, largely ignored by mainstream science, but it spread among fringe theorists and independent investigators, who saw in the Sakhalin footage a strange kind of invitation. It became clear over time that the veil wasn't just reacting to stimuli. It was engaging with cognition, not in an intrusive way, but in a synchronizing one. Lights dimmed not when approached, but when wandered about. The pulses shifted not in defense, but in empathy, as if it were trying to match the emotional frequency of those near it. When fear spiked, it calmed. When curiosity surged, it opened. Not entirely, but enough to suggest awareness, and perhaps more than awareness, understanding. Among the more controversial speculations was that the veil didn't live in the water at all, that it used the ocean as a membrane, a kind of veil itself, through which it could interact with three-dimensional biology. Some compared it to the way fungus networks communicate with forests, invisible, slow, massive, and intelligent in ways we can only begin to grasp. But unlike fungi or planktonic colonies, the veil didn't seek growth or replication. It sought connection, brief, gentle, and fleeting. It didn't follow, it didn't return. It appeared, interacted, and withdrew. One scientist, deeply shaken after reviewing the enhanced infrared scan of the curtain, proposed something quietly radical, that the veil was not meant to exist in our realm at all, that it had to bend itself into comprehensibility, sacrificing some fundamental aspect of its structure, just so we could witness it in a way that wouldn't break our minds. He called it dimensional generosity, the act of a being lowering itself, not out of weakness, but out of mercy. He was later removed from the team for mental exhaustion, but his notes were preserved. One entry read, "It appeared soft because anything sharper would have torn us open." The diver who had reached out to touch the veil never went back into the water. In interviews he avoided drama, insisted he had not been harmed, and rejected any suggestion of trauma. But in a personal journal, later donated to a university archive, he wrote pages about the weight of feeling watched without judgment. He described a moment under the sea when he felt as though all the most forgotten parts of himself, the regrets, the shames, the moments of silence he never told anyone about, were seen and accepted, not forgiven, just held, like someone had looked into him and decided he didn't need to be fixed. That entry ends with a line underlined twice. If it was life, it was older than loneliness. Eventually the phenomenon slipped from news cycles and academic chatter. Without more sightings, it became a curiosity, then a rumor, then something spoken of only in late-night radio segments and obscure online forums. But it never fully disappeared. Divers off Chile and Indonesia reported moments that felt eerily similar. Sudden calm, layered movement, lights that pulsed without source. No footage, no proof, just feelings. And always the same word when they tried to describe it. Watched. The locals of Sakhalin, particularly those who had grown up near the old cable sites, began to incorporate stories of the veil into their regional folklore. The creature became a kind of spirit, not dangerous, but sacred. Children were told to wave at the water when it went still, not to summon anything, but to acknowledge something already there, something that never left, and in that quiet acknowledgement, something beautiful began to happen. Divers who had once feared the water started returning. Artists began painting what they called impressions of memory, layers of green and silver, soft folds in acrylic and oil, sometimes dotted with faint lines of pulse and curve. People who had never been to the ocean began dreaming of it, not the crashing waves or stormy depths, but of slow glowing veils lifting gently through still water. No one claimed contact, no one claimed revelation, but for those who had been touched, directly or indirectly, by the veil's momentary rise, there remained a shift in how they moved through the world. A softness, a sense that some things are meant to remain half-known. That wonder is not always a problem to be solved, but a space to be entered quietly, with humility. And beneath it all, a single truth lingered, not spoken, but felt, that the ocean had shown them something. Not a creature, not a threat, but a mirror, folded in light, held in water, and waiting. It began with color, not movement, not sound, just color. A slow, gelatinous bloom that seemed to rise from the depths off the coast of Veracruz during an unseasonably calm week in early summer. The fishermen didn't notice it at first, not because it wasn't there, but because it didn't behave the way anything rising from below should. There were no ripples, no trail of bubbles, no scent of decay or oil, only a faint discoloration of the water, a soft marbling of blue and amber and lavender, as though some ancient dye had been released into the gulf. The surface glowed, faintly but steadily, for almost an hour before anyone bothered to investigate. And even then, what they found was less a creature and more a phenomenon they couldn't quite name. The first boat to approach it, a small crew hauling nets near the edge of the known shipping lanes, radioed back a message that was partially garbled. Static clung to their words like fog. But one phrase repeated clearly, "It's moving without moving." When the message was later reviewed, it was clear they hadn't meant the water. They meant the mass itself, a sprawling, semi-transparent shroud that extended for hundreds of square meters, its edges softly curling and receding like the petals of an unseen flower. It had no spine, no limbs, no core, but it breathed, not with lungs or gills, but in the way it shifted the water around it, subtly, rhythmically, as if its very presence was cycling the sea through some hidden anatomy. When the second vessel arrived to confirm the sighting, the bloom had changed again. It was darker now, less translucent. Thin patterns like veins or filaments had begun to form across its surface, some red, some blue, all pulsing gently in unison. The fishermen circled the bloom at a distance, unsure of how close they should come. None of them had seen jellyfish behave like this. None of them had even heard of a siphonophore this large. The shroud seemed to respond to the boat's presence, not with retreat, but with a kind of shifting emphasis. Sections of it brightened slightly, others dimmed, almost like it was aware of being watched, like it was shifting focus. One of the younger crew members leaned too far over the rail to get a better look, and in doing so, dropped a heavy flashlight into the water. The light disappeared instantly into the bloom, sinking fast. But then the bloom pulsed, and the flashlight reappeared, not in the same place, not even from below. It simply surfaced on the opposite end of the shroud, flickering faintly before being drawn back under without a ripple. That was when the captain called for a retreat. But the sea had other ideas. The bloom, which until that moment had remained perfectly still, began to move. Not fast, not aggressively, but directly. It didn't chase the boat. It simply drifted in its direction, changing shape as it did, its edges curling inward like fingers, or tent flaps, or eyelids. No sound, no splash, just silent, measured approach, and then just before contact, it stopped. Every instrument on the boat died. The engine stalled, the radio went mute, the sonar screamed, then fell silent, and for a long heavy moment, the only thing the crew could hear was the sound of the sea, flat and too still, and the sound of their own breathing. Some of them claimed they saw the bloom light up again, not in color but in shadow, internal forms flickering just beneath its surface, loops, spirals, something that looked like a face, but could just as easily have been a pattern in motion. And then it drifted away, not like an animal, not like a current, but like something deciding the moment was over. Later that evening, once the crew made it back to port, several members were taken aside for questioning by local authorities. Not because they'd done anything wrong, but because no one knew how to classify what had happened. The Coast Guard ran checks on the area. Satellites captured nothing unusual. Official weather logs reported calm seas and no anomalies. But the boat's onboard memory was scrambled. All time stamps past the moment of engine failure were corrupted, overwritten with static, not noise, static, digital snow, as if the memory had been magnetized out of existence. And on one of the preserved sonar logs a final waveform could still be made out, a slow, undulating pulse that repeated exactly 7 times before vanishing. The youngest deckhand quit the following week. He refused to return to the water, not out of fear, he said, but because he didn't want to interfere. He said the bloom hadn't been hostile, just curious, that the return of the flashlight had felt like a message, not stay away, but I see you, and that kind of attention, once received, changed how you moved through the world. When asked by a reporter what he meant, he said something strange and quiet. It blinked, he whispered. Whatever it was, it blinked. The scientists who later analyzed the accounts from the Veracruz encounter found themselves faced with a problem more psychological than biological. On paper, there was no known organism, not even among the more bizarre pelagic invertebrates, that could replicate what was described. No life form on record could extend for hundreds of square meters, alter its internal structure in seconds, distort electrical systems, and still drift with the effortless weightlessness of an idle cloud. But the testimony was consistent, not just from one boat, but from five. 5 vessels over 3 days, each describing the same gently undulating sheet, the same rhythmic pulses, the same near-invisible intelligence that never spoke but was somehow understood. What troubled the analysts more than the footage, however, was the silence of the water itself. There were no signs of feeding, no displaced marine life fleeing the area, no aggressive posturing or residual energy trails. The Plume had not acted like a predator, nor a colony, nor a mating display. It had appeared, interacted briefly, and departed, as if following a schedule known only to itself. But one physicist noticed something curious in the background audio. In the static-laced radio feed recovered from the damaged ship, there was a moment, less than 2 seconds, when the interference aligned with a harmonic pattern, a set of frequencies, too low to be heard by human ears, yet mathematically consistent with a kind of code. It wasn't language, it wasn't music, but it was intentional, and it repeated exactly 3 times before cutting out completely. When this discovery was shared with the broader research group, it caused more confusion than clarity. Was this a byproduct of the Plume's structure, a kind of pressure echo, or had they recorded a signature, a signal, embedded within the static itself? And if it was a signal, was it meant for the boats, or for something else entirely? One researcher compared it to the call and response patterns seen in humpback whales, except far slower and more spatially complex. It's like it wasn't talking to us, she said. It was talking around us, like we were just one node in a network it already knew. Other theories emerged, that the Plume might be part of a broader system, a distributed intelligence, not confined to one creature, but expressed wherever the conditions were right. That the Gulf of Mexico had for a brief moment become the stage upon which something ancient replayed a ritual of awareness. A few dared to suggest it was not biological at all, that perhaps the Plume was a sensory field, a fluid lens through which something else, something deeper, had looked up at the surface and decided to test the membrane. A retired oceanographer from Brazil offered a different view. She believed the Plume had been observing not with curiosity, but with calibration, testing the environment, measuring response times, mapping thought patterns through indirect exposure. She called it an encounter veil. Not dangerous, not accidental, but deliberate. Like fog with intent, she wrote in her notes. A cloud made not of vapor, but of decisions. Still among the fishermen, no such abstractions were needed. To them it was simple. Something rose from the deep. It made its presence known, and it left them alive. That alone made it sacred. In Veracruz, offerings were placed in the water for days after the sighting. Candles were floated out on wooden planks. Seashells painted with dye. Children were told not to fear the sea at night, but to speak kindly to it, in case the Plume returned and listened again. One of the elders, a weathered man who had fished those waters for nearly half a century, claimed he had seen the Plume once before, or something like it, in his youth. A midnight glow that hovered near his family's old wooden boat. No one believed him at the time. But when the new Plume appeared, he said he recognized the feeling, like being underwater without getting wet. He said, like something remembering you before you even arrive. He wasn't afraid of it. He said it was the first time in years he felt the ocean wasn't just a place, but a presence. When asked what he thought it wanted, the old man paused a long time before answering. Nothing. He finally said, it wanted nothing. It already had what it came for. That answer left people unsettled, not because it suggested danger, but because it offered no motive. Most people are afraid of creatures that hunt, sting or chase. But there's something uniquely haunting about a force that arrives, observes and leaves unchanged. A force that does not need anything from us. Because such a force cannot be bargained with, it cannot be predicted, and it cannot be understood. Rumors began to circulate that the Plume had been seen farther south, near the Camper Shelf, though nothing was confirmed. The stories were similar: large, slow-moving shadows under the water, radio interference, lights bending in ways that didn't make sense. One crew claimed their vessel was briefly enveloped in a sudden warmth, despite the surrounding water being cold. Another swore they saw the moonlight reflect in two places at once, as if a second, invisible surface had appeared below them, catching the sky like a mirror. None of these sightings were backed by data, but they followed the same emotional arc: confusion, stillness, awe. Local marine biologists, initially skeptical, began requesting more information from the fishermen. A few boats were outfitted with experimental equipment, non-invasive sensors designed to detect shifts in temperature gradients, salinity, and electric field variation. One device, lowered during a routine net run weeks after the Plume, recorded a brief magnetic pulse in the water, not a natural anomaly, but a symmetrical spike flanked by perfect silence. A shape in the data, but not in the water. Something had passed, something unmeasured, but undeniable. That finding was never made public. The researcher who logged it said she wanted to wait until there was more evidence, but quietly she began corresponding with others who had studied similar events. Patterns began to form, not of sightings but of absences. Places where sonar failed for no reason, where animals refused to gather, where the water felt too calm. These quiet zones were mapped and layered, and a strange geometry began to emerge, not random, but rhythmic, as if the Plume hadn't appeared in Veracruz by accident, but as part of a larger circuit, a path, a cycle, one whose turning points were just beginning to be understood. And at the center of every theory, every chart, every whispered possibility, was the same unanswered question: what happens when the ocean looks back? Months passed, and the Plume did not return. Not to Veracruz, nor to the quieter coastlines where whispers of its presence had surfaced. But in its absence, something began to shift, not in the sea, but in the people. Those who had seen it even from a distance found their dreams subtly changed. At first they dismissed it as stress, or the lingering tension of the unknown, but as time wore on, they noticed that the images appearing in their sleep weren't fading but clarifying, repeating, expanding. One diver, whose boat had briefly approached the edge of the Plume, described nightly visions of translucent corridors rising through black water. In these dreams he did not swim, nor did he sink, he simply moved, gliding between veils of pale light that opened before him like breath. Each night the corridors changed slightly, not randomly, but progressively, as if they were revealing a path, or perhaps constructing one. When he tried to ignore the dreams, they only became louder, not in sound, but in sensation. The sense that something remembered him, that it had taken notice. He wasn't the only one. A woman from Crozet, who had never seen the Plume, but had lived near one of the reported quiet zones, began drawing shapes in her journal each morning. Not consciously, not artistically, just instinctively. By the third week, her pages were filled with organic, curving structures, not unlike the sonar images captured during the Veracruz incident. When shown the patterns side by side, she had no explanation. She simply stared at them in silence, as if realizing something too vast to speak aloud. Theories emerged that the Plume had released more than electromagnetic pulses, that it had somehow imprinted itself, psychically, or chemically, or through some undiscovered mechanism, into the consciousness of those who came near. A kind of deep field resonance, not measurable by machines, but by minds. One neurologist proposed a model in which the Plume acted like a tuning fork for perception, striking a frequency so low, so fundamental, that it bypassed the senses entirely and settled in the nervous system itself. Not manipulation, not control, just presence. A presence that continued humming long after it had vanished from view. Skeptics, of course, pushed back. They said the Plume had become a myth, a cultural ghost born of isolation, the internet, and collective suggestion. They argued that the dreams were just projections of anxiety, that the drawings were coincidence, that the data spikes were instrumentation errors. And maybe they were right. Maybe the mind is just a pattern machine, seeing signals where there are none. But if that were true, it didn't explain what happened to the dog. A local family, living on the water just outside the city, kept a retriever who swam daily in the shallows. He had never shown fear, not of storms, nor noise, nor the occasional stingray that wandered close to shore. But 2 months after the Plume appeared, The dog began refusing to enter the water, not with panic, but with refusal. He would bark at the tide, dig his paws into the sand, circle his owners in a protective loop any time they approached the waves. Then, without warning, he stopped barking entirely. He would sit at the edge of the surf and stare out, unmoving, for hours at a time. Sometimes he would whine, softly, not in pain, but in recognition. And one morning he vanished. There were no signs of struggle, no tracks, no disturbance, just a set of paw prints that led to the waterline and ended. The family searched for days, divers combed the area, fishermen kept their eyes open. Nothing, no body, no clue, just a presence missing, like a thread pulled gently from the fabric of ordinary life. And though the incident didn't make headlines, among the locals, it became another quiet entry in the growing catalogue of what the Bloom had left behind. Because as more time passed, it became clear that the Bloom's mystery wasn't just about what it was about what it did. What it awakened. What it awakened was not panic, but perspective, the kind of slow-burning awareness that makes people reconsider what the word known really means. The sea for most is already a mystery, but the Bloom gave it a face. Not a human face, not even an animal face, but a presence that could be felt behind closed eyes, in still water, in the breath between waves. The silence after its passing became louder than any storm, and the longer it remained absent, the more those who had witnessed it felt its echo growing, not in the ocean, but in themselves. One offshore drilling technician, stationed on a rig far east of the original sightings, reported waking one night to find every seismograph on the platform showing the same reading, 0. Not calm, not dormant, but void. As if the sea had ceased all vibration, as if time beneath the surface had held its breath. The disturbance only lasted 3 minutes, but it left a residue, metallic aftertastes in drinking water, compass needles hesitating before correcting, and, most disturbingly, jellyfish pulsing in perfect geometric formations around the pylons. None of the rig's biologists could explain it. They collected samples, every one of them dissolved under observation. Even satellite imagery proved unreliable. Some images of the Gulf captured around the Bloom's initial appearance were later found to have missing metadata, no timestamps, no file size, as if the photos had been created, but never saved. A glitch, some called it, but others began using a different word, interference. Not the accidental kind, but the type that signals intention, the kind that erases what it doesn't want you to retain. And yet, for all these disjointed accounts, dreams, dogs, static-laced data, and disappearing jellyfish, no official statement was ever made. No agency, local or global, issued a warning. The Bloom was never acknowledged in scientific literature. It remained where it began, in the realm of whispers and witness, and still the water waited. The ocean did not speak of the Bloom again, not directly, but those who lived near its sighting zones reported a strange new rhythm in their lives. Electronics along the shore malfunctioned without warning. Boats stalled in silent water, with no mechanical fault. Shellfish beds that had thrived for generations suddenly migrated elsewhere, abandoning their familiar feeding grounds, as if nudged by a whisper no human could hear. The moon seemed to reflect differently in some harbors, less like a light upon water and more like a second eye, tracking something unseen beneath the tide. An underwater drone expedition, launched from a private research vessel and funded anonymously, attempted to track the magnetic anomalies left in the Bloom's wake. For 12 hours, they captured little more than currents and sediment. Then, just before the feed cut out, a translucent structure drifted into frame, too close for focus, too large to measure. It was not the Bloom, it was something vertical, ribbed, silent, and trailing faint pulses of electric blue that faded one by one as the footage dissolved into static. When the crew retrieved the drone, its casing was warped, not melted, but softened, like plastic that had forgotten how to be solid. They did not go back out. Instead, they delivered the footage to a coastal university, where it was viewed, copied once, then erased from the archive system without explanation. No one claimed responsibility. No one denied it either. It was simply gone. But the scientists who saw it remember, not the image, but the sensation, a pressure in the ears, a silence that pushed back. One described it as being watched through glass from the other side, not like a predator, but like a reflection that knows it's not alone. Over time, the stories dulled, not because they were resolved, but because they were too vast to carry. People need conclusions. The Bloom offered none. It had come and gone like a shadow through fog, leaving no tracks, no remains, only an impression in the water and in the memory of those who dared to notice it. The world moved on. Veracruz's ports reopened. The tides resumed their pace. Tourists returned. But something in the older fishermen changed. They watched the horizon differently. Some began leaving small lights on their boats overnight, not for navigation, but for courtesy, like leaving a porch light on in case a visitor returns. Others began dropping stones into the sea before casting their nets, smooth stones, carried from land, as if asking permission before taking what lived beneath. And then one morning, a boy playing near the rocks by the shore found something washed up. It wasn't alive. Not anymore. But it wasn't dead either. A jelly-like fragment, cool, weightless, faintly glowing from within. When he picked it up, it quivered, not from touch, but from recognition. His mother made him put it back, and when the tide came in it was gone. But that night, the lights on every boat in the harbor flickered at the same moment, just once. No storms, no wind, no power surge, just a brief pulse. And then silence. The kind of silence that comes not from absence, but from acknowledgement. In the weeks that followed, mariners across the region began to report things they couldn't quite define. Not sightings, not events, just impressions. One ship captain described entering a patch of sea where all sound dulled, not muted by weather or machinery, but as if the waves themselves had thickened into wool. Others spoke of seeing fish swimming in strange spirals near the surface, forming tight loops before vanishing downward like clockwork unspooling in reverse. Some of these accounts were never written down. They lived in dockside conversations, shared between cigarette drags and cautious glances out at the darkening sea. No one wanted to be the first to say the Bloom had returned, because they weren't sure it had. Whatever stirred now felt more diffused, less singular, less like a thing, and more like a condition, something the sea had caught and was now spreading, like a scent or a memory. One oceanographer compared it to bioluminescent algae, not in appearance, but in behavior. She noted how entire regions of the sea were suddenly responding to changes in pressure and current with unusual synchronization. Species that typically avoided one another were observed clustering in tight proximity. Deep-sea squid breached during daylight. Plankton migration patterns inverted. It was as if the marine ecosystem had received a message and, lacking the ability to translate it, responded by reorganizing. When asked what it all meant, she could only shrug. "It's like the ocean took a breath," she said, "and hasn't exhaled yet." And then came the humming. It began offshore, low, mechanical, but not electrical. Fishermen would sometimes feel it before hearing it. A soft vibration in their sternum, like a speaker turned on with no sound playing. Then came the tone, a single, sustained hum, faint and directionless, that would persist for minutes at a time. When sonar was used to locate its source, it returned no signal, just blank screens. One technician insisted it was a feedback loop caused by interference, but from what, no one could say. What disturbed people most was that it didn't sound threatening, it sounded familiar, like a lullaby you couldn't place, or the engine of a long-lost boat returning home. And perhaps in some way it was. A marine biologist who had catalogued the Bloom's earlier appearance was found sitting alone on the beach one morning, hours before sunrise. She'd lit no fire, she carried no equipment, just a thermos, a penlight, and a waterproof notebook left open beside her, filled with lines of hand-drawn spirals, not frantic, not chaotic, just endlessly looping, page after page, like a signature practiced by a creature that did not write. When asked what she was doing, she said, "Listening." And when asked what she was listening for, she replied, "A second arrival." Because among those who truly believed the Bloom had been more than an anomaly, more than a creature, there was one conclusion they held in quiet consensus. It had not come alone, it had come first. It was supposed to be routine, a deep-sea mapping expedition, 300 miles northeast of New Zealand's North Island, near the trench that slants downward into the abyss, like a wound the earth never closed. The Kermadec Trench, one of the least explored regions in the Pacific, had long been known for its seismic activity, a restless place where tectonic plates creaked and folded in whispers too low for ears to catch. But this voyage wasn't meant to discover anything new, it was meant to confirm, to map the trench walls for structural anomalies, catalogue thermal vent activity, and update decades-old seabed profiles. The crew wasn't made of adventurers, They were technicians, cartographers, and oceanographers, professionals trained not to be startled by shadow or distortion. Their world was math, coordinates, density, reflectivity. But some things don't care about calibration. The first anomaly appeared on sonar, a clean arc, not in the water column, not above the trench, but embedded into the wall itself, perfectly smooth, uniform in scale. At first, they mistook it for a sensor error, a duplicated line. But the arc remained stable over repeated sweeps, extending for several hundred meters before tapering at each end in a symmetrical curve. It didn't belong there. The rock face was supposed to be jagged, fractured by pressure and time. But this looked carved. They increased resolution. The shape became clearer, a concavity, not a cave, not a crack, but an opening, one that arced townward and then curved back up, not in a chaotic bend, but in a line that suggested purpose. A ridge above, a lower lip below, and somewhere in the middle, a darkness that gave the sonar nothing in return. It looked, as one crew member put it later, like something smiling sideways out of the earth. The scientists didn't call it that. Not at first. They referred to it as a parabolic deformation, a geophysical indentation. But the term didn't hold, not when the ROV descended, because when the camera feed came online, and the light touched the rock, what it revealed stopped the entire room from speaking. It wasn't just a shape, it was texture, smoothness too precise to be accidental, parallel striations lining the inside of the arc, almost like the surface had been rubbed down, or worn away, but only within the arch, nowhere else. The surrounding rock remained rough and splintered, scarred by millennia, but within the arc, the stone shone faintly, like wet clay left out too long. And as the camera drew nearer, those striations resolved into finer detail, shallow grooves running along the curve, evenly spaced, growing deeper toward the ends, like etchings, or teeth. At first, they assumed the grooves were natural, perhaps a result of some strange mineral leaching from the trench wall, or the scouring path of deep-sea sediment. But the lines were too consistent. They followed the arc with such mechanical precision that one of the analysts quietly suggested the possibility of drilling, not by human machines, but by pressure, or something imitating pressure, like erosion with a purpose, she whispered, her voice barely audible in the control room. No one responded, because by then, the light from the ROV had begun to dim. It wasn't mechanical failure. The beam was functioning, but the water within the opening seemed to absorb illumination, not just diffuse it, but drink it, as though the darkness wasn't an absence but an appetite. A technician increased the output. The image grew brighter for a moment, then fell back into murk. The deeper the ROV pushed, the less it could see. It wasn't just sediment, it wasn't particulate cloud, it was the trench itself closing in around perception, like a tunnel that narrowed with thought alone. And still, they pushed forward. The camera feed showed the arc widening slightly. The grooves deepened. And then, abruptly, they stopped. Not at the bottom, not in a break. They simply ended, cut clean mid-groove, like a mouth that had paused mid-bite. What followed was smooth, black stone, unmarred and glossy, as if something had polished it from within. No ridges, no coral, no sedimentation. And there, hovering just at the edge of the light, a shape, not movement, just suggestion. A reflection without a source. Something impossibly still, nested just beyond the beam, as if waiting to be seen. The crew remained silent as the ROV edged forward. The vessel above was quiet, too, holding its breath through steel and fiber optics. In the control room, one of the interns leaned in too close to the monitor and whispered a single word, jar. It wasn't a conclusion, it wasn't even fear, just the raw instinct of association, the kind that surfaces before thought, when the brain recognizes a pattern before language has a chance to interfere. The arc, the grooves, the inner sheen, and now a form suspended just out of reach, like a memory trying to come back. Then the feed cut, not sharply, not violently, it simply dimmed. The lights on the ROV flickered, and then vanished, not because power had failed, but because the control unit above stopped receiving signal. All telemetry dropped to zero. Thrusters disengaged. The tether went slack. The last data point registered a pressure spike, followed by a harmonic tremor in the cable, not enough to snap it, but enough to feel. The ship rocked, instruments ticked. One of the crew grabbed the railing without knowing why. For 37 seconds, there was silence. Then the signal returned. Not live footage, just an image. One still frame, black rock, curved and gleaming, grooves sharpened, and something faint, in the far left of the frame, a glimmering oval, soft and narrow, like the edge of an eye. Then the camera went dark for good. The image was archived, quietly, no press release, no external data sharing, just a timestamp, a checksum, and a cold line in the logbook. Camera terminated, unknown cause. But those who saw it didn't forget. The still frame circulated internally, passed from screen to screen in whispered corridors of the institution. Not because it revealed something clear, but because it suggested something precise. That shape, the glimmering oval in the corner, had no context, no explanation, and yet no one who saw it could unsee it. It wasn't a trick of the light. It wasn't an artifact of compression. It was deliberate. It was there. The technicians tried to retrieve the ROV, but the tether resisted, not with a snap, not with force, but with depth, as if it had drifted into something too heavy to pull free, or as if something unseen had rested a hand on its back. The winch strained, but the spool moved inch by inch. When it finally surfaced, the hull of the drone was intact, but warped. The casing near the lights bulged inward. The outer camera lens was gone, not shattered, just missing, as though removed carefully, purposefully, and taken. Worse than that was the smell. Not oil, not salt, not rot, but heat, like scorched stone after lightning, a sharpness that clung to the metal like memory. The ROV's interior circuitry was mostly fried, data chips melted, storage banks unreadable, except one, tucked near the back of the compartment, half cracked but intact, a secondary buffer meant for redundancy. It held only fragments, bursts of corrupted footage, time-stamped flashes that made no sense in isolation, a glint, a ripple, a faint distortion like breath on glass. But when played in sequence, one pattern emerged, a pulse, not from the ROV, not from the vessel, but from within the trench wall itself. One beat every 7 seconds, too deep for sonar, too slow for engine vibration, a resonance not made for human ears, but captured all the same. The scientists argued over its meaning. Some thought it was geological, a product of microseismic stress release. Others thought it was thermal expansion near an unseen vent. But none could explain why the pulses mirrored biological rhythms, heart-like, paced, rhythmic, and why, in the seconds before the ROV failed, the interval had shortened, 7 seconds, then 6, then 5, then silence. And after that, something stranger happened. 2 of the crew began experiencing migraines. Not immediately. Days later, as the vessel neared port, sharp, localized pain behind the eyes, followed by brief but vivid hallucinations. One described seeing rows of white ridges every time she blinked, like flashbulbs burning the shape of the arc into her vision. Another said he heard a sound, a deep groan, like steel shifting underwater, whenever he passed near metal objects. Medical exams showed no anomalies, no lesions, no infections, but both were placed on leave, and neither returned to sea. Then, reports surfaced from other vessels operating near the trench. Not sightings, just impressions, intermittent sonar disruptions, magnetic deviations, a sudden increase in deep water fish surfacing dead, not gas bloated, but stiff and pale, as if pulled up by some unseen impulse. Their eyes were always cloudy, even when fresh, and sometimes, just before retrieval, crew members said the fish would twitch, not reflexively, but in sync, always in sync. What disturbed the lead scientist most wasn't the imagery, or the injuries. It was the silence of the trench afterward. All acoustic readings dropped. Whales stopped passing through. Squid migration routes shifted. It was as if the sea around the ark had inhaled and refused to exhale. A zone of stillness, not dead, just waiting. The research team formally closed the file. Inconclusive data due to hardware malfunction. The report read, neatly typed, neatly filed. No mention of the hallucinations. No reference to the pulse, nothing about the still frame, but no one on that team slept properly afterward. Not for weeks, and for some, not for months. Dreams became a pattern of pressure, of being drawn downward through layers of cold ink-thick water toward a surface that did not reflect, only received. Some woke gasping, clutching their throats, insisting they could hear grinding, not in the dream but in the walls, in the plumbing, in the way their apartment floors hummed after dark. One geologist, previously known for his dry skepticism, resigned without notice and disappeared into the inland hills. When his colleagues finally reached him, he refused to speak about the expedition. He had covered the windows of his cabin in black tarp. He no longer used running water. When asked what changed him, he offered only this: "You can't find what doesn't want to be found. But if it looks back, that's not finding, that's being chosen." The word grin was never used in the official logs, but among the crew it slipped into the language anyway, not in humor, not in casual shorthand, but in hush. The grin, they'd say, never needing to explain, as if naming it was safer than describing it, because to describe it might mean remembering too clearly, might mean inviting it closer. The pulse never returned, or at least, not in the same way. Later expeditions in the area found no concavity, no groove, as if the wall had healed, or shifted, or closed, and yet the area remained wrong. No animals lingered, currents avoided it, probes malfunctioned more frequently, signals distorted. It was as though the trench had learned something about being seen, and now moved differently in response. Eventually, the image disappeared too. The still frame, once circulated quietly among researchers, was lost in a database purge. Some say it was a storage accident. Others say it was redacted, scrubbed by an internal directive that reached higher than anyone expected. But a few still carry it. Not the photo but the outline, the memory, a smile too big to be human, a mouth too patient to ever close. They thought it might be over. Months passed without new anomalies. The Kermadec region returned to the background noise of oceanic science, a zone of mild tremors and thermal vents too remote for daily headlines, too strange for tourist myths. But beneath the administrative silence, something else had begun to change. And it didn't start in the water, it started in the machines. First it was a satellite misalignment. One of the polar orbiting systems used for ocean floor temperature analysis began sending back corrupted readings when passing over the trench. Not blank, not garbled, just wrong. Readings that registered extreme thermal shifts at intervals, hotspots that didn't exist, as if heat signatures were flickering on, then off again. When rechecked with independent instruments, nothing registered. The sensors returned to normal, but only until the satellite passed over again. Then the pattern repeated, always in the same shape. A half-moon arc, a grin. Then came the autonomous submersibles. Several deep-drift buoys, programmed to map salinity and undercurrent motion, stopped reporting altogether. One returned weeks later, found floating far from its projected path with all data erased. Not corrupted, not scrambled, erased. Its onboard memory showed no signs of formatting or crash. The logs simply ended. Not with a final entry, but with silence. And then a call came from a vessel operating under a different flag. Not a research ship, a mining scout, privately funded, part of a larger initiative to explore the mineral potential of the Pacific Plate boundaries. Their underwater drone had caught something, not intentionally. It was surveying manganese nodules when the feed cut to static. When it resumed, just before blacking out entirely, a single frame slipped through. The engineers almost missed it. A blur of ridges, not coral, not stone, too smooth, too symmetrical. But unlike the previous footage, this wasn't seen from a distance. It was close, inches away, the kind of closeness that suggests movement, not the camera moving toward the subject, but the opposite. That's when the stories started again, not just among the crews, not just in the labs, but in the waterside towns that bordered New Zealand's northern coast. Fishermen began reporting nets that returned empty but wet, like something had passed through them without taking, only disturbing. Nets shredded not by teeth, but pressure. Force distributed evenly across the mesh, as though something enormous had leaned gently, silently, then slipped away. Divers refused to go deep, not because of currents, not because of sharks, but because they described a presence, a feeling of being watched from a place no eyes could reach. One described it as being under a lid, as if the sea above had become heavier, dimmer, slower to echo, and in a small marine station tucked into a bay, no one paid attention to. A researcher reviewing hydroacoustic records found something that made her blood run cold. A tone, faint, rhythmic, once every 7 seconds. But when she checked the date stamp on the recording, her stomach sank. It had been recorded 2 days before the original ROV incident. Not after. Before. The implication was staggering. If the pulse existed before the ROV's descent, it meant the anomaly wasn't a response. It was anticipation. A signal, perhaps, not to the team above, but to something else. A marking of time. A countdown. Or worse, a heartbeat. The researcher didn't report it immediately. She listened to the recording over and over again in the privacy of her lab, headphones pressed tight against her ears. The sound was barely audible, less of a noise than a feeling, the sort of low vibration that moved under language. But every 7 seconds it came again. Faint, consistent, inescapable. She ran the waveform against known species and geologic events. Nothing matched. She filtered out background interference. It remained. She changed machines. It persisted. She didn't sleep for 2 days. Then she tried something else. She slowed it down. At 1/10 speed the pulse revealed layers. Not just a beat, but harmonics. Undertones stacked like chords. Each pulse wasn't a single sound. It was a braided sequence. An engineered resonance. And buried within the third harmonic was something impossible. A pattern. 14 beats. A pause. 7 beats. Another pause. Then silence. She logged the pattern, encrypted the file, and sent it to a colleague she trusted across the world. He replied 2 days later with a single line. "This is not geological." That was the night the glass broke. No one else was in the building. No storms. No seismic events. But her lab's observation window, a reinforced composite pane nearly 2 inches thick, cracked down the center with a sound like splitting bone. Not from impact. There was no object. No sign of pressure. Just a clean vertical fissure, as though the building had flinched. She left the station the next morning. No resignation. No report. Just a voicemail. "I think something woke up, and I think it knows who listened." Her colleague never heard from her again. Others began to notice oddities. In tide data. In temperature drift. In the slow migration of predators out of the area. Not fleeing. Just leaving. Relocating. Route shifted. Habits changed. Species normally found in the trench began appearing in shallow waters, disoriented and pale. One washed ashore, a deep-sea cephalopod that had never been recorded outside of 3,000 meters, found dying in the surf near an Auckland beach. Its skin was milky and torn, its tentacles twitching as if feeling for something that wasn't there. A local diver reported seeing a formation near the drop-off shelf, a dark crescent in the rock that hadn't been there before. When he returned a day later with a friend, it was gone. Not covered. Gone. As if the sea had exhaled and smoothed the surface clean. By now those who still tracked the anomaly had stopped calling it a structure. They didn't call it a mouth anymore either. That implied it was static. This was something else. Something mobile. Or worse, migratory. Like a signal that traveled not with speed, but with awareness. One that could drift between layers of pressure and time, surfacing only when attention was turned away. Whatever the grin had been, it wasn't fixed to stone. It had moved. It surfaced in a dream. That's how the final witness described it. Not as a sighting, not as a discovery, but as an intrusion, an event without coordinates, and knowing that bypassed eyes entirely. He wasn't a scientist, not a sailor, just a maintenance worker on a private observatory ship moored near the northern edge of the trench. His job was wiring, cooling units, nothing to do with analysis or biology or sonar grids. He didn't even believe in the stories. But 3 nights into his shift, he awoke at exactly 3:07 a.m., bus choking on air so thick it tasted like rust. The cabin was normal, no malfunction. But in his mind, behind his eyes, something had uncoiled. He described it later in broken pieces. A cavern without walls, a pressure without weight, and from its center, not a roar, not a voice, but a vibration, low, familiar, once every 7 seconds, each pulse pulling thought from his head like tidewater from a cliff. He didn't dream of teeth or trenches. He dreamed of stillness, watching, the certainty of being observed by something vast, not malicious, but awake. a witness that neither moved nor slept. The next day, he filed for emergency extraction. He offered no explanation. He simply packed his bag and waited on deck, refusing to enter the cabin again. When asked why, he said only, "There was something listening, and it wasn't behind me. It was inside the wall." The others laughed. Not because they didn't believe him, but because they'd all heard something too. Soft creaks in the hull, static in the audio relays. One even reported hearing sonar pings while the system was turned off. Later that night, the ship's instruments recorded a brief thermal surge, 2 degrees Celsius, exactly 7 minutes long. Not from the vents, not from surface eddies. It came from the deep, a slow, vertical plume of warmth, not sharp enough to trigger alarms, but focused enough to leave a signature, crescent-shaped, flared at both ends, mirroring the original arc from the trench wall. The Grin, but now it was rising, not in the way of a predator or a swell. It did not churn the water, it did not burst to the surface. It rose like breath in the chest of something ancient, something measuring time not in days or tides, but in observation. The warmth it brought didn't burn, it didn't even linger. It passed upward through the thermocline like a thought, detected, logged, then gone. A flicker, a pulse, but one that felt intentional. That was the word used by the data technician, the one who reviewed the heat map and aligned it with timestamps. Intentional, not random, not reactive, deliberate, a shape traced through water like a signature pressed into paper, unseen by the eyes, but undeniable in its impression. And then the birds changed. Not the fish, not the fish, not the currents. The birds, seabirds that normally nested along the ridge, began circling farther inland. Flocks that should have migrated south, lingered, wheeling silently above bays they usually avoided. There were no storms. No weather patterns to account for it, just silence on the sea and noise in the sky. One ornithologist on a routine coastal observation described it as evacuation behavior. She'd seen it once before, years earlier, during a volcanic tremor in Tonga, an exodus of wings that began hours before the Earth even moved. But this time, nothing erupted, nothing was destroyed. Only one thing was reported, a shimmer, seen briefly from a container ship passing east of the trench. Just before dawn, a glow beneath the water, soft, arched. Not the glow of machinery or moonlight, something diffused, like phosphorescence trapped in a liquid lens. The crew watched it for less than 2 minutes before it vanished again, dimming, not with speed, but like a light folding inward. One described it as a smile seen through fog. They didn't file a report, just logged a location and kept sailing. But the shimmer returned. Weeks later, in a different sector. Then again, hundreds of miles south. Always the same curve. Always the same hush. By then the original team that discovered the arc had long since disbanded. Some had left oceanography altogether. Others shifted to private research. One, the lead sonar analyst, moved inland and took a position teaching geology to undergraduates. When asked about the Kermadec Trench, he refused to speak. But those close to him say he sometimes walked to the edge of rivers at night, stood still, and whispered to the water, not in fear, but in apology. Back at the observatory, the remaining crew tried to make sense of what they'd witnessed. The maintenance worker, the one who had the dream, refused to stay another night. He left the same way he arrived, unnoticed, a footnote in the logs. But before he departed, he left behind a notebook. No title, no explanation, just 37 pages of drawings, curves, arcs, overlapping ovals, not chaotic, not obsessive, methodical, studied, like someone trying to redraw a face they couldn't stop seeing. One page, unlike the rest, held only a single line of text at the bottom, written in pencil so faint it was nearly invisible. It isn't smiling to threaten, it's smiling because it knows we finally looked back. It began with a sound that no one could explain, a soft, rhythmic hum rising from the dark water just past the drop-off shelf near Mahe, the largest island in the Seychelles. At first, it was easy to dismiss, a drifting vessel, the low echo of a passing freighter, even the reef itself murmuring in the tide. But those explanations evaporated quickly, because the sound didn't behave like anything born of wind or wave. It came at the same hour each night, just after the sky turned black but before the stars emerged. A narrow window, 11 minutes long, then silence. And in that window, those who listened felt something most could not name, resonance. The locals began calling it le murmure des abysses, the whisper of the deep. It wasn't loud, It didn't demand attention, but it reached deep, beneath the surface of the body, beneath language, beneath thought. It vibrated through wood and steel, through water and memory. Even on shore, those close enough to the coastal shelf said they could feel it in the sand, a subtle ticking underfoot, like a voice trying to speak through stone. Tourists didn't notice, but the fishermen did. The divers, the old women who'd lived on the island all their lives. They stopped going out at night. They started watching the sea as if it might answer a question no one wanted to ask aloud. What does the ocean sing to when it thinks no one's listening? The first to record the hum was a marine acoustic technician stationed on a research vessel charting reef decay. He wasn't even looking for anomalies, just routine biological noise. But when he ran his logs through frequency separation, the pattern stood out immediately. A sustained tone, not random, but composed. 5 rising intervals, followed by 2 descending ones, repeated every 12 seconds. It wasn't a whale, it wasn't a boat, and most chilling of all, it wasn't affected by the weather. On calm nights, it rang like glass. In storms, it wove through thunder like a secret trying not to be overheard. The technician shared the recording with his supervisor, who dismissed it as equipment feedback. But something about the tone refused to be dismissed. It lingered, in the lab, in dreams, in the hum of fluorescent lights. A week later, the technician requested to leave the ship. He returned to Mahe and never went back to sea. When asked why, he simply said, "It heard me hearing it." Then came the disappearances. Small things. At first, a dive buoy that stopped reporting depth. A school of reef fish that vanished overnight, leaving behind a reef completely silent. No clicks, no pops, no shimmer. A tourist boat with an underwater microphone that picked up nothing but static for an entire day, even as the propellers turned and the engine vibrated beneath them. And then a report from a veteran diver near Felicite Island. He'd gone down to photograph coral bloom but surfaced early, shaken and pale. He claimed he had felt something move past him. Not touch, move. As if a vast current had shifted sideways, not forward. As if the ocean itself had inhaled. He said he heard music, not from above, from beneath, like a choir in reverse, he said, like it was singing into the earth. The hum became part of the island's nighttime fabric. Locals adapted, ignored it, folded it into their lullabies. But the researchers didn't forget. One hydroacoustic specialist plotted the sound's origin points over weeks and found something disturbing. The pattern wasn't static. It was moving. Not in circles, not in drift. It followed a path, a slow arc migrating between underwater valleys and shadowed shelves, always moving north by northeast, always precise. And each time it passed a new point, the tone changed slightly, like a question repeating itself in different languages, waiting for someone to finally answer. A fishing vessel trawling between Ladigue and Marianne reported something rising alongside them just after midnight. They didn't see it. Not clearly, but their instruments lit up, not with proximity alerts but with vibration. The water around them began to shimmer, not glow but refract, as though something massive had passed just below the hull, bending the moonlight in ways it shouldn't bend. And then came the whisper, not spoken, not broadcast, but heard. Each crew member described it differently. One said it was like a song his grandmother used to hum when she thought he was asleep. Another swore he heard his name. A third wept, saying he felt a presence brush past him, like a mother who forgot she had children. The ship returned to port the next day, silent and unwilling to speak further. The hum was never traced, because the sea did not give it up. What unnerved researchers most wasn't the sound itself. It was what began to follow it. The hum had remained consistent in frequency and rhythm for nearly 6 weeks. But then, almost imperceptibly, something changed. The tone grew warmer, not louder, not faster, just closer. The distinction mattered, because those who recorded it said they could no longer differentiate between what was picked up by their instruments and what they now felt in their own bodies. That was the moment it ceased being data. A geophysicist stationed at a coastal observatory on Silhouette Island reported something extraordinary. One night, while reviewing logs, she noticed that the hum wasn't just appearing at sea anymore, it had bled into the land. Seismic monitors were detecting tremors, faint and rhythmic, synced perfectly with the known intervals of the hum. But these weren't earthquakes. They didn't radiate outward, they pulsed upward, as if something beneath the ocean floor was pressing gently into the island's base. just enough to let its presence be known, a tapping, a waiting, and then came the dreams. It began with the islanders, fishermen, dockhands, lighthouse keepers, ordinary people who'd never set foot in a lab. They started waking at the same time, 3:13 a.m., with the same fragmented story that they had been underwater, surrounded by walls of soft blue light, listening to something speak without sound. Some described a shape, not seen, but known, arched, wide, watching. As the reports mounted, one researcher began charting the dream timestamps against the known sonic data. The overlap was uncanny. Every new dream occurred precisely 32 minutes after each registered hum cycle, as if the sound were sending a message that took time to arrive, through sleep. It reached beyond the islands, in mainland labs, and on distant shores. Scientists who had reviewed the acoustic files began to suffer from something they called residual modulation, the sensation of pressure behind the ears, a ticking in the molars, the sense that something was spinning behind their thoughts, just out of reach. One marine biologist began experiencing synesthesia, hearing colors, seeing tones. He claimed the hum, when slowed to 1/7 speed, revealed shapes, arcs, spirals, but only in his mind's eye. No one else could replicate his results. He was institutionalized 10 days later, after trying to bore a small hole into his inner ear, to let the sea finish speaking. What was it trying to say? That question became the dividing line. Some believed it was communication, a signal misunderstood, a language made for pressure, not air. Others believed it wasn't communication at all, but a form of location, a kind of echolocation, not meant to find, but to reveal. And whatever had begun humming beneath the Seychelles wasn't asking us to listen. It was trying to make itself known, not above the surface, but within. A linguist from Reunion, brought in to study the acoustic intervals, proposed something bold. She believed the hum wasn't sound at all, not in the way we understand it. She argued that the intervals were temporal, not tonal, that the ocean wasn't broadcasting, it was aligning, syncing events across space, using rhythm to bind cause and effect into a loop we hadn't noticed before. Her theory was dismissed by most of the scientific community, but 3 weeks later, during a routine atmospheric study, researchers detected a shift in barometric pressure that mirrored the hum's rhythm. It wasn't enough to change weather, it didn't register on most models, but it was present. An echo, a reply, and then the colors began. Divers near the outer edge of the Seychelles Plateau reported seeing lights beneath the water, not beams, not reflections, but ambient hues that moved without source, pale green, dusky violet, a soft silver that shimmered in geometric patterns before dissolving. One diver surfaced in a panic, claiming he had seen something pass beneath him, a curtain of light stretching for hundreds of meters. He said it felt like standing above a mouth too wide to imagine, not open in hunger, but in song. Afterward, he refused to enter the water again, but the ocean had already followed him home. His wife described changes in his sleep, restlessness, shivering, muttering. He began drawing spirals in soap on the bathroom mirror, always clockwise, always ending with a single dot at the center. When asked what it meant, he whispered, "It's where it waits." By now, the local government had been informed. Quietly, off the record, a closed meeting was held between oceanographic institutions, defense contractors, and private environmental surveillance teams. No consensus was reached, but one point was agreed upon: the hum had reached too far. It was now affecting electronic communications, manifesting as phase drift in long-range antenna and unpredictable feedback loops in submarine channels. One naval operator compared it to an intelligence test for machines. Systems exposed to it either adapted or failed. No nation took responsibility, no one claimed ownership of the data, and the hum continued, unbroken, unapologetic. It pulsed through the bones of the islands and the dreams of its inhabitants. It reached farther each week, like an old song being remembered, not played. And as the shape of it became clearer, not in sight, but in feeling, the question shifted. Not what is it, but what does it remember? Because whatever was beneath the Seychelles Plateau hadn't just awakened, it had been listening, for far longer than we had been recording, for far longer than we had been speaking. And now, it was beginning to answer. The first confirmed surface breach occurred 3 miles south of El Vache, just before sunrise. A marine biologist and her assistant were conducting a shoreline bird census when the water shifted, not with a splash, not with force, but with stillness. The sea became flat, unnaturally flat, as if pressure had pulled the waves inward. Then came the sound, not the hum this time, but a sudden quiet, so absolute it erased all other noise. The gulls stopped mid-call, the wind seemed to pause in its tracks, and from that silence, a form emerged, not rising from below, but folding into view, like something stepping from one texture of water into another. It had no clear outline, only the impression of symmetry, a crescent arc of luminescence that seemed to hang just beneath the surface, rippling with hues no one could quite name. Pale blue, liquid amber, something that shimmered without reflecting, as if it absorbed the gaze, not returned it. The witness later described it as a cathedral made of sound. It stayed visible for 93 seconds. Then, as quickly as it had appeared, it slid away. Not downward, not outward, simply gone, like a thought interrupted mid-sentence. Instruments on nearby buoys recorded nothing. No spike in temperature, no change in salinity, only a soft distortion in pressure, as if the sea had briefly forgotten how to hold its own shape. The event went unreported to the public, but within days, rumors began spreading across the islands. A fisherman claimed to have seen a second moon in the water. A child on La Digue began humming in her sleep. The exact tone of the hum, recorded by her family on a cell phone that later refused to replay the file. It was as if the sound was never meant to be captured, only experienced. And it was spreading. By the end of that month, more than a dozen individuals from different islands, none of whom had ever met, began exhibiting the same symptoms. Not physical illness, but psychological synchronization. They started to dream in the same symbols. Circles within circles, wide arcs converging at impossible angles. When questioned independently, each spoke of a waiting place beneath the current, a space they felt drawn to but could not enter. Doctors, unable to classify the symptoms, began referring to the phenomenon unofficially as oceanic convergence disorder, a poetic label, but one that failed to account for the deeper fear behind their observations. Because these people weren't sick, they were listening. They weren't hallucinating the sound, they were harmonizing with it. An oceanographer from Norway, studying coastal sediment shifts, proposed a theory that rattled his colleagues. He believed the hum wasn't originating from a creature or structure, but from the ocean itself, not as a metaphor, as a function. He argued that the sea had achieved a form of low-frequency consciousness, not centralized but distributed, capable of echoing back what it absorbed. He likened it to memory in biological systems, not stored in a single place, but across a network of pathways. He suggested that enough time, enough trauma, and enough observation had changed the ocean's internal geometry. The hum was a response, not to us directly, but to everything it had recorded across millennia. Wars, whale song, whispers, grief, pressure. His paper was never published. He vanished a week after submitting it. And still, the humming deepened. People began to withdraw from the coasts. Fishing routes were redrawn. Entire sectors were declared temporarily ecologically unstable. But no one said what they feared, that the Murmurer, whatever it was, wasn't finished. It hadn't surfaced to reveal itself. It had surfaced to see who had noticed. It hadn't surfaced to reveal itself. It had surfaced to see who had noticed. A strange change overtook the island in the weeks that followed. It wasn't panic. There were no headlines, no evacuations, but a quiet erosion set in, not of land but of certainty. People stopped asking what the sound was. They started asking why it hadn't stopped, and deeper still, they asked what part of themselves had begun to change because of it. Sleep was no longer restful, time no longer held its shape. Hours passed with no memory. Conversations ended halfway through, interrupted by long stares at the ocean. Children began sketching shapes they had never been taught, spirals within arcs, glyphs that looked more architectural than decorative. Some were eerily similar to patterns discovered in deep-sea sediment, documented by unmanned vehicles years prior, patterns never shared with the public. A journalist from Kenya, known for her skepticism, visited the Seychelles to cover the supposed hysteria. She came armed with science, interviews, and a notebook filled with debunked maritime myths. But the day after her arrival, she stopped writing, not because she didn't find a story, but because she began dreaming in syllables she didn't recognize. Words that had no translation. She described it as being read like a book from the inside out. She checked herself into a small island clinic, asking for isolation and silence. She stayed there for 17 days. When she finally emerged, she burned every page of her notebook and refused to publish her story. Her last recorded sentence was overheard through a cracked doorway. "It's not what the sea is doing to us. It's what it remembers we've done." The international community remained silent. No official statements were made, but satellite data over the Indian Ocean began showing irregular patches of thermal interference, brief, crescent-shaped blooms of heat appearing in cloudless zones. Some suggested atmospheric tests, others whispered of deep-sea phenomena no government dared name, but no one offered a theory, only the data and the pattern it formed. And still, the humming deepened. It no longer came in pulses. It grew continuous. A drone that blurred the line between hearing and hallucination. Hydrophones recorded it even when unplugged. Salt water itself began to carry resonance. Not echo, resonance. Researchers began wearing earplugs while sleeping, not to keep the sound out, but to keep their thoughts from being pulled in. And more than one technician, isolated at sea, reported feeling a presence in the water, not swimming, not watching but remembering, as though the sea itself was rifling through its memory, layer by layer, remembering not the creatures it held, but the ones who had come and gone and listened. And then, just after midnight one night, the hum paused. For the first time in over 91 days, the sound vanished. No tapering, no fade, just sudden absence, the kind that doesn't feel like silence, but loss. A single buoy registered a faint mechanical tap beneath the water. 1, then 2, then 7. And from the darkness near the reef shelf, a soft light began to rise, not fast, not radiant, but steady. It had no source, no temperature, no measurable chemical trace. Only shape, a thin arch, just beneath the surface, like a smile that no longer needed to hide. They expected a revelation, a spectacle, something to punctuate the long, low hum that had drawn them to the edge of understanding for months. But when the final moment came, it was almost nothing at all. No explosion, no rupture, just a thinning, a hush, so total, it made the silence before it seemed crowded. And then something rose. It did not rise with speed or purpose or even form in the way we know it. It was like watching a thought manifest in the water. A long suggestion of presence that shimmered without reflecting, as if the sea itself had offered up a sliver of consciousness and asked without words if we recognized it. Those present that night would never agree on what they saw. Some claimed to see an arch, others described something like a mouth, or a fan, or an open wound, but most could only speak of the feeling like standing too close to the edge of an idea too big to look at. The water didn't ripple, it held still around the presence, the same way air goes flat before a thunderclap. Only there was no thunder, no answer, only a slow subsiding of tension, as if something vast had finally exhaled. The hum stopped, not faded, stopped, and with it the strange synchrony that had tied hearts, minds and machines across islands and oceans seemed to unspool. Hospital monitors returned to normal. Children who'd been drawing strange sigils in their notebooks now doodled clouds and boats again. The pressure that had hovered behind thought, the low thrum that made sleep feel like submersion, vanished. It was over, or so they hoped. What followed was not peace. It was adjustment, as if the ocean had reset the rules slightly. Fishermen returning to old routes found the water changed, not warmer or colder, but less predictable. Fish swam differently. Nets tangled more easily. Boats rocked subtly off their usual rhythm. Some blamed tectonic shifts, but seismologists could find no corresponding data. Others quietly suspected that the sea had remembered something about itself, and remembering had changed it. Stories spread like vapor. A diver claimed to hear a second voice underwater, just once, behind his own breath. A sailor dreamt he was beneath the waves, and that something brushed his shoulder, not with menace, but with recognition. A woman in Praiseland swore the tide now pulled in time with her heartbeat, and always, on the edge of sleep, a flicker of that vanished resonance returned not as sound, but suggestion. The murmur was gone, but its echo remained, not in the air but in them. Months passed. Scientists returned to their instruments. Most could find no trace of the phenomenon. The ocean had wiped its memory clean. Data packets went missing. Archived audio files corrupted without reason. Some said the signal had never been real. That mass psychogenic illness had rippled through isolated communities. amplified by fear, folklore, and suggestion. They closed their reports, recalibrated, moved on. But others, those who had been there in the silence, in the pull of that unseen hymn, refused to forget. One technician, quietly working in a disused weather monitoring station, kept copies of the recordings. Not the sound itself, that was gone, but spectrograms. The shape of the hum, he kept them printed on transparent sheets, overlaid like maps of pressure, language, breath. And in one quiet moment, comparing dozens of overlays from different nights, he saw it. A shape forming, not abstract, not chaotic, structured, familiar. A fingerprint, not human, but deliberate. As if something had reached out across the frequencies and left behind not a message, but an identity. He never published. The data was erased 2 weeks later when a fire, officially electrical, destroyed the facility. He survived, but refused to speak publicly again. He left only a phrase, scrawled in permanent ink across the wall of his flat. It knows what silence we keep. In the end, the archipelago changed, not in geography, but in posture. Boats no longer sailed without offerings. A shell, a flower, a piece of driftwood tossed to the sea. Divers began observing moments of stillness before submerging. Not ritual, not religion, just respect. As if the sea had been recognized not as territory, but as memory. And perhaps that was all the Murmurer had been. Not a call, not a warning, but a memory returning to its source. A resonance traveling through water, through blood, through sleep. Asking the simplest question in the only language deep enough to carry it. Do you remember me? And for a time the answer had been yes. But now the sea was quiet again, and on certain nights, far from the lights of port towns, where the horizon curves too gently to see, the silence returns. It's not the quiet of peace, it's the quiet of expectation. The ocean, it seems, is waiting, not for something to rise, but for someone else to listen. They expected a revelation. A spectacle, something to punctuate the long, low hum that had drawn them to the edge of understanding for months. But when the final moment came, it was almost nothing at all. No explosion, no rupture, just a thinning, a hush so total it made the silence before it seemed crowded. And then something rose. It did not rise with speed or purpose, or even form in the way we know it. It was like watching a thought manifest in the water, a long suggestion of presence that shimmered without reflecting, as if the sea itself had offered up a sliver of consciousness and asked without words if we recognized it. Those present that night would never agree on what they saw. Some claimed to see an arch, others described something like a mouth, or a fan, or an open wound. But most could only speak of the feeling, like standing too close to the edge of an idea too big to look at. The water didn't ripple, it held still around the presence, the same way air goes flat before a thunderclap. Only there was no thunder, no answer, only a slow subsiding of tension, as if something vast had finally exhaled. The hum stopped, not faded, stopped, and with it the strange synchrony that had tied hearts, minds and machines across islands and oceans seemed to unspool. Hospital monitors returned to normal. Children who'd been drawing strange sigils in their notebooks now doodled clouds and boats again. The pressure that had hovered behind thought, the low thrum that made sleep feel like submersion, vanished. It was over, or so they hoped. What followed was not peace. It was adjustment, as if the ocean had reset the rules slightly. Fishermen returning to old routes found the water changed, not warmer or colder, but less predictable. Fish swam differently, nets tangled more easily. Boats rocked suddenly off their usual rhythm. Some blamed tectonic shifts, but seismologists could find no corresponding data. Others quietly suspected that the sea had remembered something about itself, and remembering had changed it. Stories spread like vapor. A diver claimed to hear a second voice underwater just once behind his own breath. A sailor dreamt he was beneath the waves, and that something brushed his shoulder, not with menace, but with recognition. A woman in Praslin swore the tide now pulled in time with her heartbeat. And always on the edge of sleep, a flicker of that vanished resonance returned not as sound but suggestion. The murmur was gone, but its echo remained. Not in the air, but in them. Months passed. Scientists returned to their instruments. Most could find no trace of the phenomenon. The ocean had wiped its memory clean. Data packets went missing. Archived audio files corrupted without reason. Some said the signal had never been real. That mass psychogenic illness had rippled through isolated communities, amplified by fear, folklore, and suggestion. They closed their reports, recalibrated, moved on. But others, those who had been there in the silence, in the pull of that unseen hymn, refused to forget. One technician, quietly working in a disused weather monitoring station, kept copies of the recordings. Not the sound itself that was gone, but spectrograms. The shape of the hum, he kept them printed on transparent sheets, overlaid like maps of pressure, language, breath. And in one quiet moment, comparing dozens of overlays from different nights, he saw it. A shape forming, not abstract, not chaotic, structured, familiar. A fingerprint, not human, but deliberate. As if something had reached out across the frequencies and left behind not a message but an identity he never published. The data was erased 2 weeks later when a fire, officially electrical, destroyed the facility. He survived, but refused to speak publicly again. He left only a phrase scrawled in permanent ink across the wall of his flat. It knows what silence we keep. In the end, the archipelago changed. Not in geography, but in posture. Boats no longer sailed without offerings, a shell, a flower, a piece of driftwood tossed to the sea. Divers began observing moments of stillness before submerging, not ritual, not religion, just respect. As if the sea had been recognized not as territory but as memory, and perhaps that was all the Murmurer had been. Not a call, not a warning, but a memory returning to its source. A resonance traveling through water, through blood, through sleep, asking the simplest question in the only language deep enough to carry it. Do you remember me? And for a time the answer had been yes. But now the sea was quiet again. And on certain nights, far from the lights of port towns, where the horizon curves too gently to see, the silence returns. It's not the quiet of peace, it's the quiet of expectation. The ocean, it seems, is waiting. Not for something to rise, but for someone else to listen. And if it comes again, it will not come with thunder or flash. It will return the same way it left, through stillness, through breath, through memory, so deep it hums. They stopped trying to explain it. The technicians, the divers, the researchers, one by one, they let go of the need to categorize, because nothing they knew fit, not even the failures. This wasn't a creature, it wasn't a signal, it wasn't a freak event. It was something else, something foundational. The Plume hadn't introduced itself. It had reminded them of what they couldn't say, but the feeling stuck, like waking from a dream that whispered your own name, not to frighten you, but to tell you it still remembered who you were. Even after it vanished, the sea remained altered. Beneath the cloud systems, beneath the ice sheets and quiet waves, something had changed its arrangement. Shipping lanes near the trench recorded inexplicable deviations in compass bearings, not huge but persistent. Submersibles experienced anomalies in pressure sensors, as though they were moving through stratified zones that weren't accounted for on any chart. And those who dared to descend near the Plume site reported odd flickers of light below the thermocline, like distant lanterns viewed through frosted glass. But when they tried to approach, nothing was there. The final clue came not from the ocean, but from orbit. A low-Earth satellite array managed by a Scandinavian research group detected a reflected anomaly above the trench. Not emitted, reflected. Something on the sea's surface had bounced back a faint ping of artificial radar from a source that had never existed. The radar signature didn't match any terrestrial system, and yet for 6 seconds it had replied. They triangulated, calculated, tried to simulate the path, but the math collapsed. The only conclusion they could offer, off the record, was that the sea had answered a question not asked by us, that the Plume wasn't reacting to Earth, but to something waiting beyond it, and whatever spoke through it, or listened through it, had done so long before any of us were here. And that was when the final tremor came. Not a quake, not movement, a feeling, felt from the hull of ships, through the soles of boots, through steel, salt, skin, like a thrum too low for microphones, too old for language. The ocean didn't shake. It acknowledged. Some said it was goodbye, others believed it was a reset. But those who had seen the Plume's tendrils rise, coil and vanish, they knew better. It was a test, a question posed not to the planet, but to the deep, and the answer had been accepted. No warning, no disaster, just a silence heavier than before, a stillness that made even wind hesitate. And from that silence came a simple change. The sea forgot to shimmer. On cloudless nights, under the southern stars, the waters above the trench no longer catch the moonlight. They swallow it, like a memory that's learned not to be seen again. And somewhere, in a locked drawer on a forgotten ship's bridge, rests the only physical remnant, the strand, still pulsing faintly, still warm, still waiting. In the waters that fringe the South Sandwich Trench, there are no ports, no cities, no comfort, only distance, cold, and the sound of wind, carving its way across an ocean that has never known stillness. Even among the most seasoned mariners, this region carries a reputation not for violence, but for refusal. It does not welcome. It does not reveal. It simply remains, wide, grey, and unforgiving. And that perhaps is why the incident was first dismissed. Not because it lacked evidence, but because it came from a place that defied our very instinct to look. The first report came from an unmanned British research vessel stationed south of Montague Island. Its mission was simple: long-term data acquisition on thermal plumes rising from near trench vent fields. Nothing dramatic, just slow science in a quiet place. For nearly 6 months the platform transmitted nothing unusual: temperature logs, salinity patterns, tectonic noise, until one evening in late June when the feed stopped. Not lost, not severed, just paused. For 12 hours the system recorded no data. Then, at exactly 3:13 UTC, it resumed transmitting not just routine information, but a single image frame captured from a downward-facing thermal camera. What it showed confounded every analyst who saw it. A bloom, suspended in the water column like a plume of smoke, but far too large, too structured. Tendrils, dozens of them, unfurled like veins or nerves or cables, twisting upward against gravity. They moved not as liquid or organism, but something in between, something that belonged to both. The temperature profile of the plume suggested an internal heat source, but the heat didn't radiate. It pulsed, not in rhythm with ocean currents, but against them. The entire body appeared to be emitting subtle thermal signatures in intervals that almost resembled Morse, a language of breath, pause, response, but who it spoke to and what it said was unknowable. The ship's team, reviewing the footage, initially assumed contamination, a film across the lens, algae bloom interference, but nothing matched, no biosignature, no chemical residue. And then came the second anomaly. This one not visual, but acoustic. A wave of low-frequency audio, barely within the range of marine microphones, was picked up not just by the research station, but by buoys over 160 kilometers away. It wasn't loud. It wasn't sharp. It was texture, like something scraping against the fabric of the ocean, not aggressively, more like movement through space, not meant to be passed through. And at the same time, the tendril plume began to retract. It didn't collapse. It folded, slowly, deliberately, like a flower closing after dusk, though no light had touched it. The tendrils pulled inward, coiling into themselves with an elegance that unsettled even the most hardened observers. Not because it was threatening, but because it was too graceful, too intentional. This was not collapse. It was closure. But even as it disappeared, the water remained changed. Not visibly, not chemically, but in feel. Divers from a nearby Chilean vessel reported thickness in the water, like swimming through strands of something invisible. One described the sensation as being wrapped in hair. Another, less poetically, said it felt like a warning left behind. Word of the incident spread slowly, passed in conference rooms and encrypted threads. No one went public. No agency issued alerts. But beneath the surface, the anomaly became legend. Files were opened, closed, reclassified. Theories ranged from hydrothermal anomalies to uncontacted deep biospheres to misinterpreted surveillance devices. But those who had studied it closely didn't care for theories. They cared for the one pattern that could not be denied. The heat pulse intervals, logged in the 12 minutes before the tendril plume retracted, matched the sequence of a deep space radio anomaly detected by a satellite positioned thousands of kilometers away. The signal had been written off as cosmic noise, but now, staring at the thermal patterns in the South Sandwich water, someone made the connection. The ocean was not mimicking the stars. It was remembering them. In the weeks that followed the plume's retraction, No one slept easily aboard the stations that circled the region. They had no proof of danger, no reason to fear, but the feeling lingered like condensation, subtle, unshakable, clinging to thought. Something had unfolded in the trench, and then, with eerie precision, it had folded itself back. That kind of deliberateness doesn't come from geological chaos or biological coincidence. It comes from will, and there were signs that the sea itself had begun to behave differently. Echo sounders, usually steady in their sweep of the deep, began to return distorted data. It was as though something was bending the returns, not absorbing the pings, but altering their time signatures. One technician likened it to listening to an echo through a warped mirror. Another said it felt like the trench was no longer just a feature of the sea, but a passage, or worse, a surface through which something else was looking back. The thermal pulses resumed, weaker now, but more frequent. They came in clusters, as if repeating a sequence. It was no longer random, it felt rehearsed, matched to ocean currents, timed to the moon's phases. With each emission, the local fauna responded in quiet panic. Squid veered from migration routes. Deep-sea eels surfaced too quickly and died in the nets. Even jellyfish, usually passive, began to move in tight swirls, congregating under moonlight in silence. But the most disturbing shift came from the water itself. Samples taken near the original Plume site showed no trace of foreign material, no new element, but when handled, the water behaved unusually. It clung to surfaces longer. It refracted light at incorrect angles, not wildly, but subtly, like something half-remembered. When poured from one container to another, the liquid rippled before contact, as if anticipating the vessel. This wasn't new water, this was changed water. Divers sent into the zone, a joint effort from Argentinian and Norwegian teams, returned rattled, not from what they saw, but from what they felt. One man, a seasoned subarctic researcher, said it felt like he had been scanned. Another swore he could hear breathing, not in the water, but inside his own suit, as if the ocean was mimicking his breath and sending it back out of sync. These weren't the hallucinations of panic. These were men and women trained to endure isolation, and still, something had changed in them. One diver, a biologist with over 20 years of polar experience, retired 2 days after surfacing. He submitted a single report before vanishing from public life. In it he wrote, "I do not believe what we saw is alive in the way we understand it, but it behaves as if it once was, or still is, just in a slower time." The tendrils weren't just part of something larger, they were fragments of something forgotten by the ocean, and now remembered. The phrase echoed through the informal circles monitoring the region. Something remembered, not discovered, not awakened, but recollected, as if the trench had simply opened the drawer where it kept its older dreams, and whatever lay within that plume had not emerged to explore, but to be seen, briefly, deliberately, before sliding back into a depth that no sonar could map and no diver could reach. And then, without warning, the signals stopped again. No pulses, no images, no echo returns. Only one thing remained. A single strand, like a thread, no thicker than kelp, found wrapped around a probe tether after a maintenance run. It wasn't plant matter. It wasn't organic in any traditional sense, but it flexed when touched, as if trying to remember movement. Under magnification, the strand was transparent, lined with thousands of microscopic nodes, like spores, or eyes, or something in between. When disturbed, it began to hum. It did not behave like any known fiber. When the sample was placed in a sealed container, it stopped humming, but when brought near seawater again, any seawater, even samples from hundreds of kilometers away, it vibrated faintly, as if recognizing something. Not reacting, not recoiling, but resonating, as if the strand was listening or sinking. Scientists at the Argentine research outpost attempted to isolate the behavior, running it through pH tests, salinity ranges, temperature extremes. It resisted none of these. But one thing was clear, it would not dry. Left on a tray in arid Antarctic air, it retained its flexibility and shimmer. Days passed. No decay, no change, only that faint, persistent pulse when exposed to water, not unlike a heartbeat. A British analyst compared its structural layout to an ancient telecommunication grid. thousands of microfilament channels, some closed, some open, all arranged with unnatural symmetry. It wasn't just alive, it was designed, or more hauntingly, self-arranged. Not by command, but by some encoded need to organize, to signal, a nervous system without a body, or a body still forming. Weeks after the strand was collected, the water above the trench turned oddly still. Satellite footage showed glass-like surfaces over what should have been turbulent water. No wind, no whitecaps, just stillness, and something beneath it. An opaque shape, massive, static, barely visible in infrared, too big to be a school of fish, too cold to be volcanic, too fixed to be current drift. It hovered near the same coordinates where the Tendril plume had first appeared, but this time, it didn't rise. It waited, and then just before the winter solstice, the shape broke apart, not violently, but with intention. The still surface of the sea fractured like old ice, in concentric circles, and the motion returned. Fish fled, birds vanished, and from the deep, a vertical column of vapor burst upward like a geyser, but it didn't steam, it shivered. From the Chilean research vessel just offshore, crew described the plume as milky smoke that never dispersed. It hovered mid-air for nearly 2 minutes, high above the waves, pulsing with faint blue light. No lightning, no thunder, but every electronic device within a half-kilometer radius flickered. Batteries drained. Sensors recorded nothing. Cameras filmed static. For 2 minutes, time felt like it was being copied and overwritten in real time. One crew member, staring into the haze, collapsed. When revived, she described a voice, not speaking, weaving, words that weren't heard but known, impressions carried not by sound but by shape. She couldn't repeat them, only draw them, jagged, ringed forms, sharp turns and folds, like a musical score for the blind. One researcher swore the shapes echoed tidal data. Another saw correlations with sonar anomalies recorded during submarine warfare exercises years prior. There was no consensus, only that what had appeared above the trench was not random. It had rhythm, intention, and then it was gone. The plume collapsed back into the sea, the haze dissolved, and silence returned. But for the next 6 hours, the water temperature along the entire southern ridge of the trench held steady at precisely 4.44 degrees Celsius, a statistically impossible occurrence given the natural variability of the region. It was as though the ocean had frozen a moment, preserved it, or marked it. Some began to wonder if the plume had not been an entity, but an interface, a threshold, a mouth, not in the biological sense, but as a membrane between two conditions, knowing and unknowing, silence and transmission. And perhaps it had spoken only once because that was all it needed, or all it was permitted to. Back on land, a remote sensing technician reviewing magnetosphere data noticed a spike in background interference that aligned perfectly with the moment the plume appeared. It wasn't a flare, it wasn't solar, it was a twist, a slight coiling of the ambient magnetic field, as though something massive had inhaled in dimensions just outside ours. A breath never meant for air, but for memory, and that breath had pulled not only data, but attention, because now, the ocean began watching back. Not every mystery screams, some just linger, slow, steady, waiting beneath the waves, where memory and silence blend. We think of the ocean as a place for life, for tides and creatures and storms, but perhaps it is also something else. A record, a breath held too long, a watcher that doesn't need eyes to see. Because what you've heard tonight, the tendrils, the lights, the plumes, the voices, these aren't just anomalies, they're patterns. They show up where the maps grow vague, where sound doesn't echo the way it should, where sailors lower their voices without knowing why, and they don't come with explanation. They come like dreams, like something you once knew before you forgot it. You've followed the traces, the shimmer, the quiet, the fear, and now the sea exhales again. Softly, let the sound fall away, let the surface smooth itself back into glass. There's no need to search for meaning right now. Let your mind drift like silt at the bottom of the trench, weightless, unhurried, untouched. The ocean has always carried more than ships. It carries memory, and tonight, it carries you. You don't need answers, just rest. And somewhere far below the surface, something hears you breathing. We'll be back again soon, with more that the ocean refuses to explain. Until then, sleep well, and don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss what rises next.